I'm calling back to order the open meeting for the Sacramento City Unified School District, Thursday, January 22nd, 2015. Item 4.0, Pledge of Allegiance. And I'd like to invite Sincere Kelly, an 8th grade student from Sam Brannan Middle School, to lead us in the pledge, please.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, in liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Yep.
Vice President,
thank you very much for joining us today. We really appreciate you being here. So I'd like to just say that Sincere Kelly is an 8th grade student at Sam Brannan Middle School. Sincere has been instrumental in the development of the Men's Leadership Academy at Brannan Middle School. And I and our board are very appreciative of the work that you've done there. We really appreciate that. Sincere is a pioneering member of the Men's Leadership Academy and has demonstrated leadership with his consistent presence, willingness to support his peers, and outgoing personality. As an ambassador for the program, Sincere has been able to recruit and keep his fellow students together by emphasizing the importance of learning valuable life skills. Your positive charisma is infectious, and you are always working to promote a healthy, supportive, and inclusive environment. In addition to recruitment, Sincere has played a vital role in developing activities and programs that are unique to Sam Brannan's Men's Leadership Academy program. Sincere is an active participant in the Passages After School program and has received academic excellence awards from the program staff. He's also a flag football member who was recently awarded Player of the Week. Sincere looks forward to completing Sam Brannan Middle School, graduating high school, and obtaining a college degree to become an agent of change within his community. The Board of Education and I are proud to recognize you, Sincere Kelly, as our outstanding student. Congratulations.
Sincere, if you'd like to say a few words, the microphone is yours. If you'd like to say a few words. Who's taking the picture? Who did that?
I'd just like to thank my grandmother, my mother, my uncle, and my sister, and all my other fellow members of the Men's Leadership Academy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on, item 5.0, announcement of action taken in
None,
closed
Mr.
session.
President.
Pardon me?
None, Mr. President.
Thank you. What happened to the expulsions?
That's an
There's
action
the-
item on your agenda.
This is confusing me. Agenda adoption. We have a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion from Second Vice President Hansen and a second by Vice President Pritchett. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. Public comment. Mr. Ross. Oh, you got to read the admonition. Hold on a second.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being videotaped in its entirety and will be cablecast without interruption, with the exception of technical problems, on Metro Cable 14, the Government Affairs channel on Comcast and the SureWest cable systems. Today's meeting will air Sunday, January 25th at 9 a.m., Monday, January 26th at noon, and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Members of the audience wishing to address the board should fill out a speaker identification form located in the back of the community room and give it to Chief Communications Officer, Mr. Ross. prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your full name for the record. Responses to questions by the public will be posted on the district's website prior to the next board meeting. Please limit comments during public comment to items not listed on the agenda. If you are found to be commenting on an item that was on the agenda, you will be asked to defer your item until the item comes up on the agenda. Please turn off all cell phones and place them in the silent or vibrate mode.
Thank you. Mr. Ross.
We have 3 comments on item 7.0 from Nikki Malevsky, Maria Rodriguez, and Ian Arnold.
Before we begin, before Ms. Molesky addresses us, I'd like the audience who are standing around the perimeter in the back to know that there's about 6 or 7 seats in the front here. You can, if you'd like to sit down. Thank you, Ms. Molesky.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Bonda. I'm Nikki Malevsky, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association, and thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. Necessarily, healthcare remains on the forefront of our agenda. We have been encouraged by the efforts of the district to re-engage in this issue, and we are further encouraged that through our direct intervention, HealthNet has offered a reduction of its rates from its already 0 rate increase for the 2015 school year, or benefit year. On the less encouraging side, active and retired teachers continue to have ongoing issues with the new plans, leaving the district vulnerable to unknowable financial exposure. Over the last few months, we have tried to remove obstacles that have prevented the district from doing the right thing. We hope we have cleared that final hurdle. But in the end, what matters most is the integrity of our contract and honoring commitments. In September, this board ratified an agreement that contained no changes to our health plan for actives and retirees. It was a good decision then, and it's a good decision today. Like you, we too share an interest in protecting the financial future of the district. It is because of that we strongly urge you to take into consideration the continued operation of the district's independent charter schools and the financial harm that they cause to the district. We look forward to working with this board and our public school system to make our public school system a place for high quality learning and an environment that allows Sacramento students to compete with the best school systems in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I asked them to distribute a packet from, I hope, nope, it's a different packet. Okay, great. Going to take 2.5 minutes. I tried to condense it. Good evening, President Wu, Superintendent Banda, and members of the school board. My name is Maria Rodriguez, and I started attending these meetings as a representative for PTA and then as an opponent to the 7 school closures. Tonight, I'd like to take my time to remind you of the injustice of the school closures. On Monday, we celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. Many of us reflect on Dr. King's work and celebrate the triumph of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Yet many of us also lament ways which Dr. King's work has been degraded and forgotten over these past 50 years, including the overturning of the Voting Rights Act by the Supreme Court. I'd like to remind you of another civil rights event of the last century. In 1957, 9 African-American students attempted to assert their right to attend an all-white high school. It was a right that was granted to them in the 1954 Supreme Court decision of Brown versus Board of Education. These 9 students, known as the Little Rock Nine, who attempted to attend Central High School in Little Rock, were truly brave as they faced verbal and physical abuse by people who did not want them at their school. A couple of years ago, I got to visit Central High School, which is now both a national park site and a prominent high school. Walking through the hallways of the high school, I was struck by the many accolades which were on display. I stopped to talk with a man named Aiken, who appeared to be the plant manager. I asked Aiken if the neighborhood kids attended this high school. Aiken said most of the neighborhood kids did not attend Central High School. He said most of the kids could not perform to the level of academic rigor required at their neighborhood school. Segregation continues in our school. It may not be as clear as black and white, but there is a difference in access to quality programs that is surely based on the economics of our neighborhoods. Talking with Aiken reminded me of our school districts, which were then deciding to close 7 of the schools in the poorest parts of our city. Several of those schools were appropriately closed. Families were ready to move to very nearby schools. But some of those communities members cried out for attention as hundreds of people attended these meetings to state the cases for why their schools should be left open. Those schools were closed for an expected savings of $5.4 million. I, along with others, believe the criteria for closure was inappropriately skewed towards poor neighborhoods. Today, I really doubt that those closures saved the district $5.4 million. One example that calls into question these savings is data on the loss of students from those closed schools. SCTA Vice President David Fisher has already presented those numbers to you, but I included them in my packet again. So I have 2 requests today. One, I would like it documented what savings have actually come from these school closures, and I would like to be posted as part of the public comment on the website. And I would like you to reconsider opening Washington School, which is a school that I think was most direly impacted for some reasons that I will note to you in my comments. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Wu, Superintendent Banda, members of the board. My name is Ian Arnold. I'm here this evening on behalf not of SEIU Local 10-1, but on behalf of a nonprofit agency called Those Angels Foundation. Those Angels has partnered with SEIU Local 1021 in order to help Haitian orphans impacted by the recent earthquake. It seems like a long time ago to us, but to those folks who are still suffering, it's recent. In addition to the orphans, 225,000 as far as we can tell, we also have the problem in Haiti of only 8% of the students have public school availability. That's 8%, not 80. 92% do not have the ability to go to public school. And in Haiti, there's no such thing as home to school or even public transportation. On average, a Haitian parent who wants to send his or her child to school would have to pay anything from 30 to 50% of their annual income for private transportation. So one of the things that this foundation is doing, obviously, is building school and attempting to provide transportation as well as building orphanages. As luck would have it, at the last school board meeting, this district voted to surplus 11 school buses that cannot be driven in California because they do not meet California's strict emission standards. It would be very, very wonderful if this board and SEIU could work together with this foundation to find a way to get those buses to Haiti so they can help transport those kids. In talking with your staff, they've been very helpful. Gabe Ross, the superintendent, the folks out of transportation have actually been very interested in this and very helpful. I'm bringing this to you tonight so you get a little bit of advance warning, and I'm hoping that at some point in the very near future this is an action item and that you'll vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one final comment on 7.0 from Mr. Terrence Gladney.
Good evening, Terrence Gladney. The last board meeting, I gave my SAC Council PTA update, and it was, about our closed closet. So I wanted to provide you guys updates. A couple days ago, our closed closet manager and myself, we met with TUMUA as well as facility staff. We did a site walk here at Cerna, and what was agreed upon is that through the end of the year, we'll get room 25, which is adjacent to the room that we're already allocated, which we've used for uniform distribution. Where it's nowhere near, equivalent space or enough space for our entire operation, we understand that, compromise is something that, we're willing to accept right now. And me especially, just because, as you guys heard, I want to make sure that Benita's well-being is first and foremost taken care of. So she as well was willing to deal with that and deal with less space. And we'll make it work through the end of the school year with the understanding that at the end of the school year, we'll look at additional options to expand the space and give us, sufficient space to run the operation. We also did meet with the principal, Devin, over at Leonardo da Vinci, as well as her community liaison. And it was an honest conversation, and a lot of times, those conversations don't happen without conflict. And I think that, there was some miscommunication, but there was also some really real issues that needed to be dealt with. And we did have an honest conversation, and hopefully we can move together as partners. Just lastly, this wasn't part of what I planned to say, but what Maria Rodriguez said and what she came and shared with you, that's one of the reasons why I was disappointed that she wasn't selected, as part of the LCAP committee, because she has invested so much of her time and her heart into children across our district. And I understand that only so many people can be selected, but she was here and did speak in front of you guys. So, that was kind of disappointing. She's advocating for a Washington community, and she's a resident of Area 6. So, let's just be mindful of people's time and their energy and their commitment to our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney. Item 8.0, public hearing. 8.1, public hearing on the renewal of the charter for Capital Collegiate Academy. This is a conference item. We're moving into public hearing.
I can start out with that, and then. Okay, so board president, board, public. So charter schools requesting renewal submit a renewal petition to our district, and within 30 days of receiving that petition, the district conducts a public hearing, which this is what's going to happen tonight. After we've had the public hearing, within 60 days or 90 days, if both parties agree to that, of receiving the petition, the board either grants or denies the charter school's request for renewal. The district staff is responsible for reviewing the renewal petition and submitting a report to the board before the board action takes place. So tonight we have our coordinator of charter schools, and that is Dr. Sue Lee, who will further explain what we're going to have before us tonight, because we do have two charter schools that are going to be conducting their public hearing. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Lee.
Good evening, Board President Wu, members of the board, and Superintendent Bonda. Tonight, we are conducting two public hearings, one on the charter renewal for Capital Collegiate Academy and the other on the charter renewal for Oak Park Preparatory Academy. Before we begin, I'll be providing you with an overview of the laws and facts pertaining to the charter renewal process for the two charter schools. Regarding to accountability for charter schools, the legislature's intent is to improve pupil learning, hold the schools accountable for meeting measurable pupil outcomes, and provide schools with a method to change from rule-based to performance-based accountability systems. The Charter Schools Act also seeks to increase learning opportunities for all pupils, with special emphasis on expanding learning experiences for pupils who are identified as academically low achieving, encourage the use of different and innovative teaching methods, create new professional opportunities for teachers, provide parents and pupils with expanded choices and types of educational opportunities that are available within the public school system, and provide vigorous competition within the public school system to stimulate continual improvements in all public schools. One major component of the accountability system for charter schools is the charter renewal process, which requires the charter school to submit a renewal petition to the district. Once district staff verifies that documents are complete, public hearing takes place within 30 days. District staff prepares and submits a report to the Board of Education, and then the Board of Education either grants or denies the renewal petition within 60 days of when the renewal petition was submitted. A 30-day extension is permitted if both parties agree to the extension. The minimum standard for a charter renewal is defined by Education Code Section 47607, which states that after a charter school has been in operation for 4 years, a charter school shall meet one of the following criteria before receiving the charter renewal. The charter school must have attained the API growth target in the prior year or in 2 of the last 3 years, or in the aggregate for the prior 3 years, ranked in deciles 4 to 10 inclusive on the API in the prior year or in the 2 of the last 3 years, ranked in deciles 4 to 10 inclusive on the API for a demographically comparable school in the prior year or in 2 of the last 3 years, or the school board determines that the academic performance of the charter school is at least equal to the academic performance of the public schools that the charter school pupils would otherwise have been required to attend. The Board of Education may deny a renewal petition if the charter school fails to meet the minimum standard for renewal, which was explained in the previous slide, or the Board of Education finds that the charter school presents an unsound educational program for students during the term of its renewal charter. The charter school is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program set forth in the renewal petition. The renewal petition does not contain the necessary affirmations, or the renewal petition does not contain reasonably comprehensive descriptions of the 16 elements. The purpose of the public hearing tonight is to allow the governing board to consider the level of support for the petition of the charter. The petitioners and the public to speak regarding the charter renewal application, and the interested parties to comment to the governing board regarding their support or opposition to the charter renewal application of the charter school. The first public hearing will be on the charter renewal for Capital Collegiate Academy. The charter petition for establishment was approved by the board on May 6, 2010 for a 4-year term. On this slide, it will provide you with just brief information and facts. At this time, I'd like to invite Kristen Fiorelli, the principal at Capital Collegiate Academy, to join me and provide you with an overview of Capital Collegiate Academy.
Good evening, Board President Wu, members of the board, and Superintendent Banda. As we're waiting our slides to come up. Tonight, my name is Kristen Fiorelli. I'm the principal at Capital Collegiate, and tonight we are very pleased to present the progress of Capital Collegiate during this public hearing of our charter renewal. We're a school committed to the success of every single one of our students, and we're excited to share some of our work with you this evening. We're a college prep school founded on the mission to prepare all of our students to compete, achieve, and lead in high school, college, and in life. As Sue mentioned, we were chartered in May 2010, and we've shown strong enrollment patterns since opening. We've proudly partnered with the district in many ways. We are a founding member of the Compact. We've extended and accepted invitations to partner for professional development, provided letters of support to the district, and participated in many district events alongside the district. We operate a unique slow growth model. The school started in 2011-12 with kindergarten only in its first year, and we've added 1 grade level each year, which we'll continue to do until we're fully grown in 8th grade. This allows us to focus every year on our curricula with attention to detail and the social emotional needs of every student in our school climate. We maintain full enrollment and a strong wait list for each grade. We're proud of our continuing efforts to enroll and staff a diverse community. At our school, we do not have a majority race, and we continue to expand our recruitment efforts to maintain a diverse group of students and of staff. We're proud to enroll a school that's a majority low income. 20% of our students are English language learners, which just adds to the many perspectives and experiences that contribute to our community. 11% of our students are identified as having special needs. All of this speaks to our commitment to educate every student who comes to our school at the highest level and to closely match enrollment trends within the schools in our community. We are focused on literacy for 3 hours of ELA instruction every single day. We use the rigorous STEP assessment for literacy to ensure that students are on or above grade level, reading fiction, technical, content-specific, and nonfiction documents. Our students start learning at 7:30 and the school day ends at 3:30. We offer an after-school program until 6 p.m. starting in the first grade, providing homework support and enrichment every day. Our teachers hold the highest expectations for every student, provide individual and small group interventions daily, and most importantly, our students take ownership of their own education. They're excited to pass their STEP literacy assessment. Every scholar can tell you where they are in reading, what they need to do next to meet their goal. And finally, our teachers participate in professional development 2 hours weekly, get in-class coaching, have data analysis meetings. Our Dean of School Culture and our Director of Curriculum Instruction are working with them daily, again, to make sure every student has access to the highest of educations. And now I was very happy to present one of our scholars who's representing the many students here tonight. Lashara Robinson Davis is going to come up. As you know, Capital Collegiate is a kindergarten through 3rd grade school only. Lashara is one of our founding students, and she's going to speak with you tonight.
Hi, my name is Lashara Robinson Davis. I am a third grade student at Capital Collegiate Academy. I first came to CCA when the school opened. In fact, I was there on the very first day in August 2011. Our school focuses a lot on reading. I am only in third grade, but I am reading at a fourth grade reading level. I have learned multiplication, cursive, Spanish, and lots of other subjects. In November, I wrote my very first story, and it was 5 whole paragraphs. CCA teaches us to always treat people with respect. My mom really likes this school because it helps me get ready for college. At CCA, I have learned many different colleges and what I need to do to go to college. Someday, I'm going to be a ULP Tiger. I can't imagine what my life would be like if I didn't go to Capital Collegiate. Thank you for listening and have a nice evening.
Awesome job. You did fantastic. Lashara is one of 225 students of exceptionally strong character. We're very proud of not only our rigorous academics, but also the citizenship that we provide. We're a bucket-filling school. Our students engage in our positive action curricula. Every single student in this building from Capital Collegiate tonight and back on our campus can tell you what integrity means, how to persevere, and what it means to be determined and prepared. In addition to our strong character program, we could not do it without our exceptional families, so many of whom are here tonight. On behalf of them, I'd like to ask Danielle Malott to come on up. Niger Tate's mom. Niger's a UCLA scholar in 2nd grade. Thanks, Danielle.
Jennifer. Hi, thank you for letting me speak. Niger, like the rest of my kids, I have 2 boys that attend regular school. We started Niger off in a regular school. After kindergarten, we weren't too satisfied, and we sought out different options for us. We found Capital Collegiate, thank goodness, and Niger now has been there for 3 years. He has excelled upon anyone's means. This year, just for instance, in the last 4 months, Niger has moved a year and a half in his step test. He's now reading at a 3rd grade level, and he's in the 2nd grade. He continues to show immense progress when it comes to his learning and the things that he can recite to us every day. I know my time is going to run up, but I figured this would kind of be perfect. The other day, he was going to school, and Rosa Parks was a song that was playing on the radio. He tells my husband, "Ooh, turn that up. I think she's speaking." And my husband said, "No, Niger, I don't think she's speaking. I think that's the song." He said, "Well, let me see what it is. I know who she is, Dad." And so he's asking him questions about he's Martin Luther King. That was Martin Luther King's wife, is what his initial response was. Niger, of course, he starts rambling, and my husband tells him, "No, I think there's something else about her that you know. Dad, I've read 3 books about the woman. She wouldn't give up her seat on the back of the bus." He's in the 2nd grade. This is nothing but them. And they do so much for us. They talk to us as families. They kind of keep us informed every single day, every single week when anything is going wrong or right with our child. He's not coming home every day feeling like he's down or has let us down. There's always something positive coming out of his day, and it really is a great experience for all of us. Thank you.
So much. I'd be remiss if I didn't speak about our most important mission, our academics. With literacy being such a focus at the school and being especially important in the TK through 3 grades, we're proud to share that over 95% of our students are reading at or above grade level in every grade. This is even more exciting when we consider that only 10% of our incoming kindergarten class, when they enrolled at Capital Collegiate, were on grade level. Most did not know their letters, numbers, shapes, or colors. We're proud of their accomplishments in reading. More importantly, they're proud of themselves. Because we're such a young school, we want to speak to other types of assessments. We don't yet have an API. Our students have taken the Terra Nova for the past several years, a nationally recognized and nationally normed assessment given in states across the country. It allows us to see how they perform against students nationwide, the majority of whom are from more affluent backgrounds. The data shows that our students are on average performing well above the national average, with the school scoring in the 90th percentile. Our students also scored extremely well in math, with our school averaging in the 92nd percentile nationally. So our students are proving they are as competitive as every child in any school across the nation. As we wrap up, I certainly want to make sure that we hear from one of our teachers who's, like all of our teachers, responsible for the excellent results that we're putting out for our scholars. I want to introduce Christy Jackson, a first grade teacher in Santa Clara. Thank you.
Good evening. Tonight I want to share with you the common dream that the CCA staff has for all of our students and their families. I'm also speaking as a member of the community because I grew up across the street from the school myself. And when CCA opened its doors, it's opened up opportunities and hope for those families. And if you choose to grant this renewal, you're choosing to hold that door open for our inspiring students and telling them, I do believe in you and you will go into college. And you're also holding that door for their hopeful families and telling their families that they do deserve a quality education because it is a basic human right, regardless of their race, class, or socioeconomic status. And if you choose to grant the renewal, you're also holding that door open for the dedicated staff who wake up early every morning to teach rigorous lessons we spent hours planning, that your work does matter. And this community, my community, needs you. So I'm asking you to stand beside us and support individualized instruction for all students, and because that is the mission and vision at CCA, and that is why I choose to work there. Thank you.
As we get ready to close, we want to thank you for your continued partnership with our school community. We also want to recognize that we have many members of our school community and the public here in support of us. If you're a Capital Collegiate family member, would you please stand? Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. If you're a Capital Collegiate staff member, please let us know you're here. Thank you, staff members. Thank you. The small but the mighty. And finally, our students have worked very hard in preparation for this evening. Many of them wrote you letters, which we're very proud to be delivering to you later this evening. I would like them, because they all like to participate in everything we do, to give a very brief chant as we close out. Scholars, get ready. Thank you so much. We warmly invite all of you to visit us to see our scholars at work at CCA. And thank you again. We truly appreciate your support of Capital Collegiate students and all students in this district. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Farrelly. Mr. Ross, do we have testimony on behalf of this item?
Yes, President Wu, we have 6 comments on this item. I'll read the first 3 names. If folks can please line up behind the microphone in the order you're called. Annie Halston, Anthony Stafford, and Zoila Lucero.
Yeah, of course.
Good evening, board members. My name is Annie Halston, and I am a 3rd grade teacher at Capital Collegiate Academy. I have the pleasure of teaching 20 brilliant, determined, college-bound 8- and 9-year-olds every single day. Last week, I taught a lesson about the life of Martin Luther King Jr. My students wrote and recited their very own I Have a Dream speeches, and boy, were they inspiring. Their speeches included the following comments. I have a dream to be a wonderful mother. I have a dream to be a scientist and cure cancer. I have a dream to build houses for homeless people. I have a dream to be a teacher and make children smarter. I have a dream to raise healthy kids. I have a dream to help my family. These are 8- and 9-year-old children. Renewing Capital Collegiate Academy's charter means giving these beautiful children the ability to make their dreams a reality. Thank you for joining me, my colleagues, and my wonderful students, one of whom is about to speak, in inspiring all of these wonderful, wonderful children and our future, helping them realize their potential as human beings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Halston.
Hi, my name is Anthony. I've been at Capital Collegiate for 4 years, and right now I'm reading at a 4th grade reading level, and I'm only in 3rd grade. Most of the scholars in Capital Collegiate read above grade level. That's the reading situation. Now for math. I know some times tables and even some geometry. I just want you to keep our school open because I don't know where I'd be in life if I weren't at this school. Me and my mom think it takes me an hour to get to school each day, but me and my mom think it's worth it. Again, please keep our school open.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Zoila Lucero. Soy una mamá de 2 hijos, los cuales iniciaron esta escuela. Han empezado desde ellos abrieron esta escuela.
Good evening. My name is Miss Lucero. I am the mother of 2 daughters who have been at this school since it opened.
La seguridad que he sentido en esa escuela es impresionante. Siempre están al pendiente de los niños.
The school is very secure. It's very impressive, and I always know that they're looking out for the students.
En esa escuela la comunicación de padres de familia y maestros es impresionante porque es un equipo para tomar decisiones sobre los estudiantes.
The communication between teachers and families is impressive. They work as a team to make decisions for the student.
La disciplina para mí es una fuente muy importante en esa escuela porque les ayuda para el futuro de los estudiantes del mañana.
The discipline in the school is important for students, and it's important for their future.
El avance académico que he visto en mis hijos y con los demás estudiantes es impresionante.
The academic advances I've seen in my students and other students is very impressive.
La diversidad de culturas en esa escuela se ve como una familia.
There is a lot of diversity in this school, and it's like a family.
Como último, me siento muy orgullosa de ser una madre de familia de Capital Collegiate.
Finally, I'm very proud to be a mother of a Capital Collegiate student.
Thank you, Ms. Lucero.
Our final 4 comments on this item are from Jovanette Ambler, Ania Allen, Joanna Mitchell, and Melissa Colon.
I am Jovanette Ambler, and my son is Raymond Ambler. I don't know where he's at, but he's over there, a little short guy. But wow, when I first came about Capital Collegiate, I got something in the mail when he was getting ready to transition to kindergarten, and I went and visited the school. I loved everything they were telling us in orientation. I love their curriculum and how they work with the kids. My son is actually the second set of kindergartners to start at Capital Collegiate. He's now in 2nd grade. He was struggling a little in 1st grade. He was on his step 4. He got to 3rd grade, and he skipped 2 steps and went straight to step 6. So I like the way they worked with him. I can say that Ms. Fiorelli is a great principal. Met her, like we just kicked it off. That is the principal I admire. She knows every student's name. She stands at the door. She greets the parents and she greets the student. For someone to know each student's name in the school, like, that's a wow to me. Like, I respect that because I barely remember family members' names sometimes. But I can say they work with my son. He's one of the students that has a special need. He gets help with his speech, and he has others, and he gets the help. They work with me. I had concerns. I didn't know where to get help. And Miss Fiorelli, the teachers, they all got together, and they really worked with me last year to get him on the right path. And this year in second grade, he is doing a wonderful job. I don't know if it's just a teacher because he seems to do well with men teachers for some reason, but his behavior and everything I can say have improved with the help of the teacher and the staff at Capital Collegiate. And I'm hoping they go to 8th grade, so please keep them open because he's doing a great job. And his sister is going there next year, hopefully. So I hope you guys keep it open.
Thank you, Ms. Almond.
Hello, my name is Ania Ellen. I am a third grader in the Stanford class at CCA. When I started CCA in August 2014, I was reading at a step 8. 5 months later, I read at a step 11. This is going from a second grade reading level to an end of third grade reading level. My old school wasn't very challenging and they didn't really talk about college. In second grade, they still taught simple addition and it was making me very bored in school. Now I'm learning about perimeter and multiplication. CCA is different because what we are learning is more challenging and we are influenced by how teachers teach us. This made me a better student because now I'm more educated and I am a better reader. CCA is the best school in Sacramento. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Almond.
Good evening. My name is Jayana Mitchell, and the reason why I like Capital Collegiate is that when we have respectful teachers and they care about the students and more and less of them, and they give us healthy snacks and every day when we come in the classroom they greet us and tell us how good it was our day, and they make me feel happy inside, and that's the reason why I want you to keep our school open.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Colon, and I'm a proud parent of CCA. My daughter, Jaleesa, started her educational journey 4 years ago, entering kindergarten at the age of 4 years old. As I stand before you today, I see no other educational establishment that I would want to send her to. As a family, we are dedicated to CCA, traveling more than 30 minutes so that our daughter could get what we feel is the best educational experience. As a mental health clinician who has worked in schools throughout the Sacramento Unified School District and school districts throughout Northern California, CCA by far has some of the most dedicated, patient, fun-loving teachers and staff that I have had the pleasure of working with. To highlight the dedication of CCA's teachers and staff, they're always one call away, taking calls after hours if needed, and later into the early evening. Last year, my daughter in first grade was struggling with her reading. With the support and dedication of her encouragement of her teacher, first grade teacher, Miss Jackson, and her second grade teacher, Mr. Branch, and the summer homework packets that are sent home every summer, she passed 3 reading levels during her first step test this year. Miss Wynn, who we got the pleasure of meeting during here in this room, has developed a program that works, one that provides consistency, routine, support for each child's individual educational need without singling out a child because they have fallen behind or are not at the level of their peers. CCA is providing the educational need of their students, but as their school chants say, Capital Collegiate teaches you right, teaches you wrong, teaches you respect, and makes you strong. Manners are for you. Manners for you, manners for me, your respect and your community. CCA is teaching their students to be members of the community with leadership enthusiasm. Ms. Varelli brings every day in a program that has proven to work. You should continue to provide this school to more students to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Colon. Mr. Ross, are there any more? All right, thank you. Since there are no more, would you like to finish up or end? Summary? Closing statement?
Thank you, President Wu. I really just want to acknowledge the hard work of the board and of the entire community of Capital Collegiate. I think what you see before you tonight is representative of the energy, the passion, the dedication, and the fact that Capital Collegiate is an outcomes-oriented school. Every single person who spoke and cheered on our behalf tonight is here because of the outcomes that we're collectively getting for our scholars. And at the end of the day, that's why we get up every morning. And that's why we hope you will continue and approve our charter renewal petition. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So this is a conference item. This will be back before us, I believe, within the next 30 days. So I just would like to thank everybody who came and to let you know that the decision is not to be made today. The purpose of today's is a hearing to take evidence and testimony on behalf of the renewal application for Capital Collegiate Academy. So I want to thank everybody for attending, and this hearing on this matter is closed. Thank you. Now we'll close the hearing first, though, and then we ask questions. I'm looking for numbers, so. Remember, Second Vice President Hanson, I'm going to get this right this time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation, and I appreciate seeing the enthusiastic support of the folks that are here. I have a question about parent participation. What are your requirements or requests for parents for participation?
Yeah, so we set as you can see tonight, we have a very active and involved group of families. We have a family engagement plan. First and foremost, we want our families to feel satisfied with our instructional program and their child's academic progress. We measure that formally twice a year through a survey. We've had historically an 80% completion rate of all of our anonymous family surveys. Last year, 100% of families agreed that they were satisfied with their child's overall progress. They similarly agreed, 100% of our families who completed our survey, that we have high academic standards and expectations, and 96% of our families last school year were satisfied overall with Capital Collegiate. In terms of families' engagement in the school, we ask a tremendous amount of our families. We ask things that we want them to do so that they can directly support their child's education. Our families make sure their children do their homework every night, and they sign it. They sign a daily behavior log. They send their children to school on time and in uniform every day. In terms of the engagement at the school, we know that looks different for every family, depending on their family's schedule and structure. We want to make sure families are engaged. We set a goal that 80% of our families' attendance at every school event is at 80% or above, be that back to school night, open houses, plays, performances, college field trips, a food drive for the SAC Food Bank, fundraisers, field days. Last year, we had an average of 75% attendance at all of those events that I just mentioned. We also have volunteerism. Our families can volunteer at any point in the classroom or around the school to support any of our efforts or initiatives.
I know that this is an issue that's been discussed a little bit more and more. Some schools, public schools, charter schools, all schools, some are finding that they have requirements. They ask parents to volunteer, parents or guardians, a certain number of hours. Obviously, that's not legal to do that, and there's confusion among some schools that were making that requirement. How do you deal with families that aren't able to meet the 80% benchmark? What's your
so that's an internal benchmark that we set for ourselves. So we fundamentally believe that that's us holding ourselves accountable for doing the work of communicating with, engaging, and building up the excitement around the events. So that is an internal measure. At the end of the day, we really want our families to engage in the ways that are going to directly link to their students' achievement, the ones I mentioned, such as homework and signing behavior logs. As you heard some of our families mention, we're available by phone and email. 95% of families last year attended 3 conferences to chat formally about their child's progress and receive a report card. So we have not seen an issue or a concern at this point, which we're very proud of families not engaging in the school in any number of ways.
Well, I certainly agree that the more engaged parents and guardians are, the more successful the students are going to be, the more successful the entire school is. So
yeah.
I applaud that. And I also just want to comment that your suspension rate is admirably low. So good job on
Thank you.
dealing with discipline problems internally and not sending it back to the home. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Member Hanson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Wu. Thank you for coming. I do want to acknowledge that, and I'm not sure if she's watching. I hope she is. Miss Penny Schwinn. Yes, hi, Penny. I have grown such an attachment to Miss Penny. We put her through a pretty rigorous process when she came to initially ask for this school, and I can tell you that we made her jump through a lot of hoops, and she completed everything that we asked for, and that was impressive in and of itself. So I do want to acknowledge her. Again, how many students did you say you have currently enrolled in your school?
Yeah, we have 225 students, TK through 3.
Okay. And I just want to get like a basis of familiarity with the enrollees at your school.
Mm-hmm.
So how many of them are directly from the neighborhood? I know we had somebody come up and make a comment that they were driving an hour just to get to the school. So if you could kind of give us a breakdown of how many are from around the area.
Sure. Over 90% of our students live within the Sacramento City Unified School District boundaries. And we have approximately well over 60% of our students who live in the South area. We actually, because we moved from a different school site in our first year, we actually offer a bus route for several areas around the Sacramento area in South Sacramento. But the vast majority of our students are from Sac City's boundaries. We do have a few very passionate families who travel from far out.
Understandable. And I know that we had closed Freeport Elementary like shortly before we were able to have the tenant of Capital Collegiate in there. Do you know how many students would have been Freeport Elementary students that you have right now? You have an idea?
Oh, yes. Over 30% of our students, 30 to 50% of our students would have been zoned for Freeport Elementary School.
Okay, thank you for that point of clarification. The other issue that I'm very passionate about is because that school site is so unique to any school site that we have in the district. We actually have an independent healthcare facility just right behind the school site. So can you tell me if you've kept any tabs of how many of our families that attend your school, if they utilize those services there as well?
That's a really important question, Member Rodriguez. As the principal, I primarily focus on our instructional program, our academic outcomes. That is, we absolutely have an operations and a back office team that does engagement with others on the campus, with the preschool there. So though I can't answer that for you tonight, you will absolutely have the answer to that in the next 24 hours in writing.
Well, thank you. And I asked that question because it's really important that I express that the families that were once attending Freeport Elementary School, we had some statistics on those families. For example, a good majority of the parents didn't have above an 8th grade level of education. A good majority of those families did take the opportunity to receive services from the Health for All medical facility that's independently owned and operated there on the facility, on the site. So, so I do have to have that point of acknowledgement as well. And so I think those are all the questions that I have. I loved your chant.
Thank you.
And so I do look forward to meeting more of the families and the students in the future. And I have driven by the school several times since I do represent the area and I live in the area. Yes. So every time I've stopped by, it's been closed, no students there, in operations, but I have been to the school site lately. And I do appreciate that you are maintaining it very well. So thank you.
Member Rodriguez.
Thank you. Vice President Pritchett.
Thank you, President Wu. I just have a brief question real quick. I heard a lot about, gearing the kids up for college and talking about college all the time, and I love that. But I was just wondering, do you also talk to them about career readiness? Because maybe some kids aren't looking at going off into college, and they should be ready for looking at real life when they leave.
Absolutely. And I think that our core values in our character education program really speaks to that. Given where our students are at sort of TK3, we talk about this idea of being prepared, and our scholars know that being prepared means being ready. Our chant, our Capital Collegiate School song, talks about teaches us right, teaches us wrong, teaches respect and makes us strong. This idea that we should be able to do whatever we choose to do is a concept that is the foundation of our entire character ed program. We have a college week in the spring in which our students visit multiple colleges, and at the same time, we have a career day and week, really multiple days over the course of the week, where our family members, community members, people of various occupations come to speak to our students about what happens after Capital Collegiate. How do I choose a high school? What happens after high school? Some go to college. What other jobs can we do? So we really do want to present a robust and realistic picture of all the options that are available to our students. And in the end, that's what we're about. Our students should be positioned to have the option to choose whatever it is that they want to choose in their life and be ready for that. And we want them to have a scope of what all those options are.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Member Ryan.
Thank you. Principal Farelli, I want to first really acknowledge the parent participation in the audience and the participation from the scholars and parents. And educators, I will say, as a working mom, I realize how difficult it is to get away from your activities in the evening and make time to come and make your voices heard. So I deeply appreciate the fact that we have a large crowd out here tonight. I did want to clarify, I had a question similar to the question of Member Hanson's around parent participation. Yep. You stated that parent participation is strongly encouraged. So when you say that parent participation is encouraged, it is not a condition of enrollment, rather strongly encouraged. And how do you feel you are successful in ensuring you have large numbers of families participating in school activities?
Yeah, it is not a condition of enrollment. We tell our families very clearly throughout the orientation process, the recruitment process, et cetera, what we're about, and what we're about is their child's academic success. We have families who come in very invested in the school, and at the same time, truly their investment by the end of that kindergarten year is threefold because they're seeing the results, both character-wise, citizenship, academics from their child. So that really, what we have seen, has built the investment of an already engaged and invested group of families. We have not yet had an issue or problem with a parent being disengaged in our school at whatever level that looks like. We've gone above and beyond, as have our families. We've had families with health issues or immobility who can't attend IEP meetings or meetings on campus. We've set up accommodations for that. We have families who cannot come to the school. Our teachers make home visits. Any and every way we can to make sure a parent has engagement at the level at which they want to participate. And then, of course, understanding mutually there are some things we need to do together. We need to conference about your child's progress regularly. We need you to sign those behavior logs every night. We need you to ask what step level your child passed, and we need to tell you whether it's by sending something home, having you come to a conference, having you come to a parent education about what you can do to help them pass that next step level. So it really, as we do for our students, we individualize everything we do with families. We have a robust Student Achievement Council, our SAC, who've put on fundraisers and led all sorts of initiatives. We know parent council is not for everybody, but there are opportunities for everybody regardless of what they can contribute.
Thank you. I will say I appreciate your focus on character education, and my day job is really doing college access and student success. And so, Member Pritchett said that, what are you doing to prepare students to succeed in career and life? And I will say, all of the research really demonstrates that if you're putting students on a path to college, irrespective of whether or not they choose to go to college, they're much more likely to succeed in life.
Yes. Thank you, Member Ryan. Thank you. We agree.
Thank you, Member Ryan. Member Cochran.
Thank you so much for coming.
Yes.
I'm really, really heartened and glad to see so many students here. I'm very impressed with their enthusiasm. I have a couple of questions that might be really specific, so if you have to go away to get the information, but if you get back to me, that'd be great. Following on Member Rodriguez's question, I'm really interested in how many students that are actually in the school's zip code are the percentage of your attendees.
Yes. So we can get you the specific numbers in writing within 24 hours. But as I mentioned to Member Rodriguez, is well over 90% of our students.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that part.
It's over 90% of our students
are in the zip code.
Are in the Sacramento City Unified School boundaries. The zip code specific to where Capital Collegiate is located, I can get you that in writing.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm also interested in the teaching staff that you have. Can you tell me how many of the teachers have more than 4 years experience?
Yes, I can. We have, as many charters do, especially an early charter like us, we have a relatively young staff in terms of in their teaching career. We have 30% of our current staff have more than 5 years of work experience.
If I could ask, could you give me a breakdown of the years of experience for your staff? Would that be possible?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. I'm also curious about seabeds and how many students leave your school after the seabeds?
You mean our student retention over time?
No, I'm asking after seabeds, what is the percentage of departure or number of departure, say for each year, maybe the last 4 years?
Right, so I will get you that information as well. We have, at this point, 3 years of data.
Right, that'd be fantastic if you could do that. And then just in closing, I am really looking forward, Mr. Enoch Woodhouse invited me to go to all the schools, and I have accepted it, and I will be going, I believe, on January 29th. So if you see my face, that's who I am.
Yes.
Thank you.
We welcome you. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Cochran. Member Saito.
Hi, first I would just like to say thank you for giving this wonderful presentation of your school. I was very happy to see it and hear all this information, and also to see and hear so many of your students and your staff coming up and speaking to us and telling what great experience they have at your school. I just have one or two questions real quick. Many of the students said that they were reading either at their grade level or above. I thought that was very impressive, so I was very glad to hear that. And also, many of them mentioned steps, and you also mentioned step levels, I think they're called. Yes. Could you explain that to me real quick?
Sure. We use an early literacy assessment that's typically used in TK through 3. It's out of the University of Chicago. It's really used, and the way it's different and more rigorous, it's very research-based. It's more rigorous than a lot of assessments that are typically used in early literacy in elementary school, in that it focuses on deep comprehension, inferential thinking, and critical thinking. Our students are tested individually every 7 weeks, and each of the levels represents a grade level. So we work with both the DRA and the FNP and other resources to make sure our families are aligned with what books they should choose for their students. But the rigor in the step level and our students climbing Step Mountain is really around that critical and inferential thinking, which of course is such a part of the Common Core and something that we've been doing since our inception 4 years ago.
Oh, and just out of curiosity, how many steps are there? Because someone said 6 and then 11. I'm like, that's a lot of steps.
Yes,
So.
There's 12 steps on our Step Mountain. So at the end of Step 12, a student is reading at a 4th grade level, and then we move on to other assessments like Fuentes and Pinnell and other things.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Principal Ferrelli. I just wanted to say that the partnership that you have with your students and your parents and your teachers, the administration and the community is really, really admirable and heartening. And if one of your students who have reached level 6 or 7 would like to read my board packets to me, I'm more than happy to have them read to me. So So with that, we'll
Thank
see you in about a
President Wu.
month.
Thank you so much, each of you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. My eyes are getting tired. Welcome back, Dr. Lee.
All right. The second public hearing will be on the charter renewal for Oak Park Preparatory Academy. The charter petition for establishment was approved by the board on October 6, 2011 for a 3-year term. At this time, I'd like to introduce Annie Cervenka, the principal of Oak Park Prep.
Oh. Principal Cervenka, could you give us a couple minutes and let them quietly leave? Well, that was the best part. But that's like an audio.
That would actually be cool because then I can like listen to it while I'm working typing. Really?
Yeah. I mean, in the car, I listen to NPR, but in my office, I don't have that. I just can't focus on issues when there's noise. You know, if I can ask the people who are leaving the room to leave a little bit quickly, so we have work to continue. Thank you. Thank you, Principal Cervenka.
Of course. Ready? Good evening, President Wu, Superintendent Banda, members of the board, Sac City staff, members of the public, and my Oak Park Prep family. I am very excited to stand before you. My name is Ann Cervenka, and I'm the principal of Oak Park Prep. Before we begin, I would like to thank President Wu, Member Ryan, and Superintendent Banda. You were able to come visit our school and see our kids in action. I know Member Cochran will be coming next week, and I want to re-extend the invitation to all of you to see our kids in action and see the faces behind all of these numbers, because then you can see the real picture of what's happening at Oak Park Prep. So, as you know, Oak Park Prep operates under the St. Hope Public School System, and that school system for the last 10 years has developed a pre-K through 12 system in the Oak Park neighborhood. And that system has 4 proven schools that are working on closing the achievement gap, as well as ensuring those students are on the path to college. Oak Park Prep is the newest school that you authorized 3 years ago, and I'm really excited to stand here before you to talk about our school. And that's why we're here, to review the actual charter renewal criteria and to confirm if we've met that criteria. And as you know, we shifted to Common Core. And so we will be reviewing our most recent data, which is our CST data from our founding year. And so as you go through the criteria, you can see that in that year, we had an API score of 887, exceeding the state goal of 800. We ranked 9 out of 10 in our overall ranking, exceeding that minimum requirement of 4 out of 10. We did not have a similar schools ranking because we were so small in that first year. But based off of these results and the progress that we have seen, I do believe that we have created a comparable program that is performing on par with the highest performing schools in Sacramento. Our school is designed to get kids to college. And I can assure you
that all of the staff and all of the members of our Oak Park Prep team are committed to making sure that our scholars, no matter where they start with us, that when they end, that they are on the path to excel in a rigorous high school, succeed at a four-year university, and lead in their chosen profession. We believe that every scholar, regardless of their background, can and will achieve as long as they are given that opportunity. And we want to make sure that we can continue to give that opportunity to students for years to come. This is a slide depicts a quick snapshot of our scholars and shows the diversity amongst our scholars. As a school of choice, we only have so much control over enrollment. And as you will hear from our enrollment team, we are really working hard to making sure that we are recruiting an applicant pool that reflects the Oak Park neighborhood as well as the South Sacramento neighborhood. Oak Park Prep was built to create a sustainable model. So in our first year, you can see that in 2012, we had about 60 students, one class of 7th graders. In that next year, as they matriculated to 8th grade, we grew out the 7th grade class. And now we are intentionally building to where we will get to a point in 2016 where we have 180 scholars. Each year, we have more families applying than we have spots in our school. If you look at that black bar, you will see that in our first year with 60 spots, 87 applicants applied. In that next year, 142 applicants applied for 120 spots. Our demand is exceeding our supply. Our parents are committed to what we're doing, and more parents want to join our school. And this is really important to us because we feel that part of providing an excellent education is holding ourselves accountable to all stakeholders, including our parents. We want to make sure that our parents are satisfied with the education that their scholars are receiving. So to do this, we have them complete a survey twice a year. And as you can see off these numbers and these quotes, our parents are very satisfied and very excited about the support that their scholars are receiving. I would like to welcome one of my parents, Irma Navarro, to come up and speak on behalf of our Oak Park Prep parents and her experience here.
Good evening. My name is Irma Navarro, and my son is Geronimo Moreno, an Oak Park founder of, a scholar, sorry. While at Oak Park Prep, I watched my son grow from unmotivated, disengaged, a student into a student who is inspired to do well, work hard, and engage in his schoolwork. Geronimo found success by doing work and understanding the reason why he was at Oak Park Prep to get into college. My son went from waking up, throwing his clothes on, getting in the car, and going to school. At that time, he woke up ironed his clothes at night. He went to bed early. He woke up in the morning, prideful, got on his bike, rode his bike to the light rail, got off the light rail, rode his bike to school, back and forth every day. Something very proud of. He enjoyed going to Oak Park Prep. I began to see this change in his behavior, attitude, and demeanor. Geronimo also found enjoyment in reading through the Million Word Challenge, introducing him to Oak Park Prep's rigorous reading program. What I like most about Oak Park Prep is the relationship that we built with the teachers, to where even while he's in high school, he is able to go to his teachers and principal for recommendations and support. Geronimo has blossomed into a student who is responsible, goal-oriented, and motivated, and I give much credit to Oak Park Prep and their dedication to our children's success. Thank you.
So quiet, I appreciate it. Thank you. So in the next few slides, we will review our instructional program as well as the academic results of our scholars, focusing on the 2013 CST in Math and ELA and the 2014 CST in Science. One of our foundational beliefs is that our scholars need more time. Our scholars come to us in 7th or 8th grade at a variety of educational levels, and we want to make sure that we have enough time to get them on track before they leave in 8th grade. A scholar that completes 2 years with us receives an additional 66 school days compared to the state requirement. That's because they're showing up at 7:40, they're staying until showing up at 7:30, and they're staying until 4:30. With that extra time, we were able to offer the typical science and social studies class every day. But we're also able to offer 2 ELA classes, 2 math classes, physical education, and an elective time of their time dedicated to an elective of their choice. With this additional time in ELA, we were able to create a guided reading program, very similar to the one that you heard earlier. And in this guided reading program, our scholars receive 30 minutes of small group reading instruction at their targeted reading level. And as you can see on this graph, when our scholars started with the blue line, the majority of our scholars were reading below grade level. And in the 2 years that our founding scholars stayed with us, you can see that transition as the blue line turns to green. And as they left us last spring, the majority of them were now reading on or above grade level and ready to enter high school. We see those same results with our math scores. In that first year, because of that second math class, and because we were able to focus on those foundational math skills that not every scholar had, they were able to grow and jump up to 78% proficient or advanced on their CST. Then last year, as we transitioned to the Common Core, we did see a jump, did see a decline, but that's because of the increase in the increased rigor of the assessments. But within that year, we were able to jump back up to 91%, again, because of that more time. This next slide shows a comparison of our schools versus the Sacramento County and the state of California. As you can see across the board and on the green lines, our scholars are outperforming the Sac County and their California state peers, with 73% of them scoring proficient or advanced in ELA, 78% of them scoring proficient or advanced in math, and 97% of them last year scoring proficient or advanced in science. Of that 97%, 74% of them scored advanced, which to me is a huge indicator of college readiness. This next slide is the exact same assessments, but broken down by subgroup. And as you look across, this bar represents the percentage of students in that subgroup who are performing at proficient or advanced. And as you move across and see those green bars, you will see that our English language learners, our students with exceptionalities, and our low-income students are outperforming their peers. And this is because we are able to provide an individualized intervention program for our students, and our small school model allows us to know what each and every student individually needs in order to get to that next level. This same slide shows very similar results, but now broken down by API score. And again, you can see in all of our different subgroups, our students were outperforming the state average, but more importantly, all of them reached that state goal of getting over 800, showing that there is no achievement gap happening at Oak Park Prep, and all of our scholars are succeeding. There is no better way to understand our educational program than to hear from one of our scholars. So I'd like to quickly welcome Ms. Lee Tao, one of our founding scholars, to come up and talk about her experience.
Hello, my name is Lee Tao, a founding scholar of Oak Park Prep. Oak Park Prep is a wonderful school that helped me excel even more. When I first came, my reading level was a T. That means it was a 4th grade reading level. By the end of the year, I was Z, which is 8th grade, and ready for high school. I was able to reach this goal because Oak Park Prep's program in helping us in English literature. With the staff's help, I was able to reach the goal as getting a 4.0 and Student of the Year. Going to Oak Park Prep enables me to have honors English, biology, and accelerated math class geometry. Oak Park Prep also offered me a program called College Track, which will help my future dreams and going to a best fit college for myself. Out of the entire 8th grade scholars, 25% of us went to honors English and 70% of us went to accelerated math class. Thank you for listening to me, and I hope that you agree to renew my school, Oak Park Prep.
So as we conclude, I just want to say how thankful I am to our Oak Park Prep students, our families, and our staff, because all of these results are because of them. I also would like to thank the board for your commitment to our students, their education, and we look forward to building a college prep program for the students of Oak Park and South Sacramento. Thank you so much.
We have 10 public comments on item 8.2. The first 5 comments, I'll read the names. If people can please line up behind the microphone in the order you're called. Pamela Lewis, Lahana Jones, Luis Lopez, Marco Lopez, and Yamale Medina.
Good evening. My name is Pamela Lewis, and I'm here asking your support for Oak Park Prep's charter renewal. As a grandmother of a founding Oak Park Prep scholar, I believe that Oak Park Prep Academy should have their charter renewed for the following reasons. My family resided in Oak Park for over 2 decades. My 3 grown children attended Sacramento City Unified School District elementary schools on the outskirts of Oak Park, and then were required to take public transportation to California, Fern Bacon, Kit Carson, and Sutter Middle Schools, respectively. My youngest daughter returned to an Oak Park high school, Sacramento High School. Years later, my granddaughter was afforded the opportunity to attend Oak Park Prep. As a founding student, she received the skills and tools not only to succeed academically, but socially as well. She is transformed into a leader among her peers and was elected to give the valedictorian speech at the graduation of the founding class of Oak Park Prep. As a result of the combination of academic skills and life skills, my granddaughter is a young female leader in the community as well as her school. She possesses citizenship through responsibility, leadership, and ownership. She has developed social skills and academic excellence, which are life skills that prepare young people to transition from middle school to high school to college and beyond. Thank you for your time, and again, please support Oak Park Prep renewal because our children deserve great schools.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Hello, my name is Lahana Jones, and I'm a founding student at Oak Park Prep. OPPA helped me overcome my obstacles and got me on the right path towards success. As a student at Oak Park Prep, I was faced with many economic obstacles that may have had an adverse influence on my education and the outcome of my transition into Sacramento High School. I faced some economic disadvantages as a student at Oak Park Prep, but I wasn't going to allow that to deprive me of the opportunity to receive the best possible education that would prepare me for college and beyond. I told the staff, particularly the office administrator, Ms. Young, of my situation, and she encouraged me not to give up and that the staff of Oak Park Prep would do everything possible to help me, and they did. Oak Park Prep assisted my family during economic shortcomings. They helped me to get to school by giving me bus passes and provided assistance to purchase uniforms. But most of all, the community circle of students that bonded with each other were extremely instrumental in getting my grades up to par to complete 8th grade and to be able to be promoted to high school. I'm standing next to my classmates and friends who worked with me to get my grades up to par. Also, OPPA is still working with us. Even though we are now in high school, they still check in with us to make sure we are on track towards college readiness. Today, I too am in honors classes at Sacramento High School. Oak Park Prep wants to make sure future students have the same opportunity that I did. They provided the safety net that I needed. One thing that I really appreciate about Oak Park Prep is the opportunity to take field trips to different colleges and introducing me to the college environment. The result of the college field trip was instrumental in my decision to attend UC Davis. Thank you all and support Oak Park Prep charter renewal.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Jones.
Good evening. My name is Yamale Medina Gaona, and I am a seventh grader at Oak Park Prep. At my last school, I didn't have a very good relationship with my teachers. Here at Oak Park Prep, my teachers help me and spend their own extra time doing it. When I graduate high school, I want to be one of the first ones to go to college. Here at Oak Park Prep, I know that it will be possible. Thank you for supporting my school.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Luis Lopez. When I think of Oak Park Prep, the first thing that comes to mind is college. Oak Park Prep is a college prep school, and it got us scholars ahead of the game. The teachers inspired us to do better when we thought we couldn't. When I heard of Oak Park Prep, I heard it from my parents. I did not want to attend this school. I wanted to go to another school where all my friends attended. Somehow, and my parents convinced me to go to Oak Park Prep, actually. The first week of Oak Park Prep, it was a new thing for me. I was not used to it. I was used to doing my own thing, doing whatever I want. But when the weeks passed, I got used to the school and to their to their expectations. They had high expectations for us scholars, and we didn't think we were able to meet them, but we were. They were stricter than we expected, but we were able to get used to it. They taught us better habits. For example, study habits. Because of Oak Park Prep, I am able to study every night before I go to bed. Also, they taught us a habit of slant, which or the St. Hope Public School District is used to, which means S for sit up, L for listen, A for ask questions, N for nod, and T to track the speaker. I now attend Sacramento Charter High School, and I came to the high school prepared and confident that I can succeed in high school and college and throughout my life. Like my fellow friend Lee Tao just said, she also attends college track, and I also attend college track. College track is very helpful, and because of Oak Park Prep, they mentioned college track to me, and I was able to apply. And I thank Oak Park Prep that they mentioned college track to me, and I was able to. Now I attend college track, and college track is helping me be on board to college and to my life. Thank you for listening.
Mr. Lopez.
While Mr. Lopez approaches the microphone, if our next 5 speakers can please line up: Jeff Weiss, Pamela Banford, Herman O'Berry, Jaron Jackson, and Brianne DeBarros.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Buenas tardes, señores y señoras. First and foremost, thank you for the opportunity to speak here in a public comment. My name is Marco Antonio Lopez, and I'm a student recruiting coordinator for Oak Park Prep Academy. I stand before you to shed light on the recruiting efforts and our objectives as they and our such aims. Oak Park Prep recruiting efforts are important not just for the community of Oak Park Prep, St. Hope Public Schools, but the greater Sacramento areas, particularly within the South area. As the only standalone middle school in Oak Park, the continuum of Oak Park Prep is vital not only to the students it serves, but to the diverse community it represents as a whole. As a representative at St. Hope admissions team, our focus is to have our student population reflect the community population in Oak Park, South Sac, and the surrounding areas as mentioned. In OPPA's 3-year existence, we've had random public lottery take place each year. This speaks to the demand and success of our great, diverse academic programs. Since being founded, the English language learning community and interest has grown significantly. Each year, we receive more and more EL student applicants. Why? Because this comes as a result of our recruiting efforts, our focus on document translation and community engagement at all levels. I can personally attest to these efforts and the commitment Oak Park Prep has increased within the EL student recruitment. Whether it be at Sacramento Food Bank ESL classes, La Familia Counseling Center, YPSA Charter School, Asian Resource Community Centers, Vietnamese TEP festivals, mosques, churches, Section 8 housings, and any nick and cranny that we can get into, we're going after these students because they deserve a chance and an opportunity. Whether it be at a soccer game, whether it be at a board meeting, we are present. As a former ESL and EL student myself, I know firsthand the importance of inclusion. For this reason, we aim to include, we aim to diversify, and we aim to prepare our students for the future college, not just acceptance, but graduation rate. With these type of people behind me, with these type of students, and with these type of parents' support, we can accomplish anything. We will continue to strive. We will continue to push. We will continue to get our students not just to college, but we will continue to get them out of college with a degree. Thank you for your time. And once again, go Oak Park.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about our special education program at Oak Park Preparatory Academy. In accordance with federal law that all students be offered a free, appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment, we are proud to use the inclusion model at Oak Park Prep and serve all of our special education students exclusively in general education classrooms. That means that our students are only pulled out of class for individual speech, occupational therapy, or counseling services. So on average, our students in special education spend 99% of their time in general education classes as compared to 71% the year before they enrolled in our school. Because of our inclusion model, our students spend more time with peers and more time in class learning. To help students learn as quickly as possible, we use co-teaching methods where our special education staff members work hand in hand with general education teachers to deliver instruction in core classes. Since some of our scholars come to us several grade levels behind, we use computers with adaptive software programs and offer tutoring and one-to-one instruction after school and during our Achievement Club on Wednesdays. Partnering with families is an important component of our special education practice. Our individualized education plan meetings are collaborative and thorough. We talk about each scholar's educational history, preferred learning modalities, and functional and academic strengths and weaknesses. We listen carefully and solicit full input from families on their goals for their child and where they would like to see us give extra support. We explain our processes completely and never adjourn a meeting until all concerns have been addressed and all questions have been answered. In closing, I would just like to say that it has been an honor to work with the dedicated staff and high-achieving students at Oak Park Prep, and I urge you to renew our charter so we may continue to serve the students we love.
Thank you. Mr. Weiss, could you give us your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Jeff Weiss, the Director of Special Education for St. Hope Public Schools.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pam Banford, and my son Isaiah is a scholar at Oak Park Prep. He transferred to Oak Park Prep at the start of the 8th grade after attending private, non-public, and public schools from pre-K through the 7th grade. And I've never experienced at any of those schools the high level of commitment Oak Park Prep staff has consistently demonstrated toward Isaiah's educational and personal growth. He's had many challenges throughout the first semester. He wanted to quit. I considered removing him from the school, but the staff would not give up on him, and more importantly, they did not allow Isaiah to give up on himself. In December, a plan was developed which encompasses academic, behavioral, and personal goals as well as emotional support. It was implemented in January, and the transformation in Isaiah is absolutely amazing. His attitude towards school has changed. It's positive now. His behavior at school, at home, and in his extracurricular activities has greatly improved. He does struggle from time to time, but he is confident in his ability to meet Oak Park Prep's daily expectations and his own personal goals, which include graduating this spring from Oak Park Prep, attending Sac High in the fall, and ultimately graduating from the University of Oregon. I can never thank Oak Park Prep staff enough for their persistence, commitment, the extra hours, the hard work, the concern, the personal attention that they have shown Isaiah. And that's all I can say. Thank you.
My name is Isaiah Bamford, and I'm 8th grade scholar at Oak Park Prep. School has never come easy to me. I have struggled through several different schools, but at Oak Park Prep, I am finally feeling successful. For the first time, I believe it when people say I'm going to high school and college. This success is due to the fact that Oak Park Prep won't let me fail. The teachers encouraged me to do better by praising me when I make good decisions and being patient when I need extra help. I am going to be a success in high school, college, and beyond. As a student, I ask that you keep Oak Park Prep alive so that other scholars can experience the same success and opportunity as I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bamford. At least you're wearing the right colors to be an Oregon Duck, so.
Hello and good evening, guys. My name is Dron Jackson. I'm asking you guys to please approve Oak Park Prep Academy Charter Renewal. As a physical education teacher, I'm committed to the idea of higher education. I come from the same area as most of these students you guys see here tonight. I believe 100% in college preparation and getting students ready for college. I feel that Oak Park Prep has done an amazing job in creating a strong college prep culture where our students not only believe in each other, but can see themselves being admitted to the college of their dreams. Oak Park Prep is a very special school where teachers and students work together to create a strong foundation. The commitment of our parents, teachers, and students equals our academic achievements for our students. Our teachers really understand our students on a deeper level. We go above expectations and do whatever it takes to support our students. Along with academic achievements in the classroom, our students know the importance of being scholar athletes. Oak Park Prep students know their first priority is grades and citizenship, and then comes athletics. They are leaders on and off the field. I'm very proud of our students, staff, and school. Again, I ask you to please approve Oak Park Prep for our charter renewal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Good evening, board members. My name is Herman O'Berry. I am the Dean of Students here at Oak Park Prep Academy. My role at Oak Park Prep Academy is to provide support to both teachers and scholars. For teachers, I provide support through classroom observations, one-on-one meetings to develop effective classroom management strategies. That time is also utilized for discussing student issues and providing feedback for next steps. For the students, my biggest role is helping reshape negative behavior, getting them to understand the value of a good education and what it means to be a professional and respectful scholar in today's society is what we strive for. Our goal, first and foremost, when scholars are exhibiting problematic behaviors, is to have them remain in class, if possible, to work through their issues. Teachers use different techniques they have acquired through professional development and different trainings offered throughout the year by St. Hope. However, those strategies are not always effective, and a more evolved approach may be necessary. Once those techniques have been exhausted and the behavior begins to impede the learning of others, those students then receive an office referral and are asked to leave the class. Once again, I reiterate, our main goal is to get those students back to class as quickly as possible, with the understanding of them knowing exactly what it is they did, who they harmed, and what can be done to prevent the behavior from reoccurring. In other words, owning their part. To accomplish this, we use what's called restorative justice, which is a set of principles and practices that sees harm as violations to people and relationships. To restore justice, we use several different interventions. One is verbal mediation, which is where the student or the scholar and I will have a conversation about what took place in the classroom, what their role was, and what we can do to fix it moving forward. Another intervention is conflict resolution. This usually involves more than one scholar, where I provide a place for them to speak in a safe environment and they do not feel like retaliation will ever take place. Other interventions we use is written. This is where students have a list of reflection questions, and once they answer those questions, we have a discussion around it before they return to class. As you can see, our referral process is very thorough, and there is no time limit. We send students back or we return them back to class when they're ready. The main thing and the bottom line is identifying the problem, owning it, fixing the problem, and restoring the justice to its proper place. An apology is the final step to our referral process. Before students can re-enter into the classroom, they must apologize to the person they caused harm to. With our referral process, there's no doubt in my mind that we are creating a culture where students feel safe, they feel their voices are being heard, which in turn fosters a positive learning environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Berry. Mr. Ross, are there any more speakers? Oh, one more. I'm sorry. Didn't see you back there.
Okay. Hello, my name is Brianda Boss. I'm an alumni of Oak Park Prep. During my 8th grade year at Oak Park Prep, it was a struggling transition. I was that kid that was sent to the office, easily frustrated, and didn't always take my aggression in appropriate ways, take it out in appropriate ways. Before Oak Park Prep, I had earned straight D's and wasn't academically motivated. Fast forward to the end of the year at 8th grade promotion, I had earned a Platinum Scholar Award for having a 3.7 GPA and a high prep score. How did I get here? It started with confidence and setting tangible goals for myself that I shared with my peers and teachers, and them holding me accountable to reach those goals and supporting me when I needed it. Those goals were really ambitious, and every time I wanted to give up, Miss Smith, my ELA teacher, wouldn't let me. We built a strong relationship where she kept it real and pushed me to keep going. I can honestly say that if I had not come to Oak Park Prep, I am not sure I would have finished 8th grade. And I owe it to the Oak Park Prep staff and my fellow scholars. I'm not the only one who feels that Oak Park Prep has a positive impact in their life. And there are a lot of us in this room that have not been heard. So if you are Oak Park Prep student, staff, or family member, or supporter, please stand with me. Thank you, and I hope you continue to support Oak Park Prep.
Thank you. Now I ask Mr. Ross if there are any other further speakers on this. Thank you. Principal Sorenka, would you like to sum up? Closing argument, closing statement? Too much
I just
of a
want to say
lawyer.
thank you to all of my scholars, staff, and families for coming up here and speaking on behalf of Oak Park Prep. And I want to say that I hope that through their testimony, you're able to see the amazing results that are happening within our school walls. And I look forward to continuing to work with you.
Please stay there. I'm going to close the hearing, and my colleagues have questions. So I'd like to first call Second Vice President Hansen.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm certainly impressed with the academic results that we see in front of us. I am a bit concerned, though. The California Department of Education, as you may well know, just published their CalPEDS data, which looks at suspensions across the district. And I was surprised to see that Oak Park had among the very highest suspension rates of any schools on our entire district. And I know you have a small student body, so it's not exactly apples to apples, but where Sac City had a suspension rate of last year 6.6% and the following year 4.9%. We reduced our suspensions by 25% with our restorative justice model. Oak Park's suspension rate was 24.6% in 12-13 and 22.9% last year. That's obviously significantly larger. I thought I'd ask for some explanation about that and give me some perspective.
Yeah, so one of the things that in that first year to second year, our number of suspensions, we are a very small school. And so we had about 44 suspensions, I think, with that first year, and the same number the second year. So as we grew out, our population doubled. Our suspension number actually stayed the same. So to put that in context, that the suspension rate it's hard when you have such a small school. It is something that we were aware of, and that is why this year we hired Dean O'Berry. His actual name is Herman O'Berry, but he's just our dean, so we call him Dean O'Berry. But that's why we hired him, because we knew that this is an area that we wanted to focus on, and we wanted to ensure that we are doing everything in our power to fix that. We want our scholars, as he said, in class and on campus as often as possible. And like to give a perfect example, Isaiah, who came up here with his mom, he is a student who has been suspended this year, but that doesn't mean that it's the end for him. He comes back, we have great conversations, we set new goals, and now he is feeling so confident at school. He has a tracker he shows me every single day, and he feels confident and that he's going to make it to high school.
I know a lot of our schools, for instance, I spent a lot of time at McClatchy High School, and they do they don't have suspensions off campus. The students actually spend their suspension time on campus. So,
and that's something that we also have been looking at this year. We've been starting in-class or in-school suspension with focusing on trying to keep them in class. And so when a scholar is struggling a little bit, they will come out, they'll have a conversation with Dean O'Berry, and we'll try to put them back into the classroom with something where maybe the teacher has to sign off on how they did at the end of the day, and they're trying to get signatures for the day. So these are strategies that we're trying to implement this year to reduce that percentage.
I know we're obviously still going to be looking at this. And, the academic data there's no question about the excellence there. But, one of the things I've heard happenstance, and I don't, there's no data on this that I've found, but some folks claim that charter schools are able to have, some particular charter schools are allowed to have high academic outputs because you suspend the students that are scoring on the low end of your academics, and then it helps raise your scores. I'm certainly not saying that here, but that's just something that I've heard as anecdotal. And so when I saw the suspension rates, that obviously sets off a red flag. So I'd appreciate maybe in the time between now and when we come back to vote on this at the next meeting that maybe you can flesh out a little bit more of what some of your ideas are for alleviating that and working towards looking at what our district's doing. I know the whole idea of charter schools, it's you can have some great opportunities and good things that are happening there that hopefully we can replicate in schools that are district schools and vice versa. And I think this might be one place where we have something to offer Oak Park Prep, and you can take a look at what we're doing in some of our schools. We've been successful in lowering our suspensions, and I think that'd be valuable for you to address that and provide that in your packet.
Definitely. I would love to, any best practices we would love to hear about. Thank you.
Thank you, Second Vice President Hanson. Member Ryan?
Thank you. So I want to thank the young people who came out and spoke tonight for having the courage to speak. I noted that some of you were trembling, but you got through it. So thank you. And I also want to say that I'm really happy to look out into the audience and see some of my Oak Park community members and even a few neighbors. So thank you again for your time this evening. I have a question specific to some demographic shifts and trends that I noted in the data that you presented. In particular, one thing that I am very curious about and I'd like you to speak to is around the trending down of Hispanic and Latino participation at Oak Park Prep. So you noted a high of participation at around 34% in 2012, and we're down to about 18%. And similarly, for Asian, Filipino, and Pacific Islanders, in 2013-14, you had about 17% and are now at about 4%. So I'd like you to speak to those demographic shifts, and then I have a couple other questions, please.
So part of being a charter school is that we do only have a certain amount of control as to who chooses to apply. And that is why I had Marcos come up and speak about the recruiting efforts we're putting in this year, because that is a big shift. And I know that it did stay constant in those first 2 years, and it's something that we are very aware of this year and are really trying to be proactive this year to make sure that we are recruiting in absolute every pocket that we can of Oak Park and the South Sacramento region so that we can get a more diverse crowd.
And that leads perfectly into my next question. You know, what are the percentages of the students who are currently attending Oak Park Prep that are coming from neighborhoods surrounding the school?
So we have 82% of our students come from Sac City School District, but about 72% come from Oak Park and the South Sacramento area.
And then my final question was just around enrollment. What is your total enrollment capacity and where are you right now?
We're at 131 right now. We'd like to grow out to 180 by 2016.
Are you done, Member Ryan?
I am. Thank you.
Member Cochran?
I can't wait to come visit the school.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
It's going to be about a week. I have a couple different questions. I'd like to follow up on Member Ryan's question about the shifting demographics. I understand the recruitment efforts, and we can see the numbers here. Why do you think that happened?
That is a good question. I'm not really sure because I feel as though last year we really did everything in our capacity to make sure that we were serving all of our family members. We were reaching out to different communities, and this year we hired one of my teachers speaks Spanish so that we could try to increase our capacity to serve all students. So it was a little bit of a shock to see these numbers.
Okay. So, but you don't have any particular inkling? No one had given you feedback about why that might have happened, or?
Would anyone else from the recruiting department or admissions like to speak on this?
Good evening, board members. My name is Jim Scheibel. I'm the principal of Sacramento High School and was a superintendent back in 2011-12 when Oak Park Prep first came before this board and was approved. So in that first year, 2011-12, we had a founding principal, Paul Schwinn, husband of Penny Schwinn, and he did not have a school to run. And so he was out as a principal getting out there to those corners of Oak Park and South Sacramento recruiting. And it's definitely different if you're a parent and you're listening to a principal talk about the school that they're building and coming in. Obviously, the next year we lost that capacity as well because Paul was now running a school as opposed to being in the planning stages of a school. In addition, we've been working on getting into all the local elementary schools. That was something that was there was greater access to the local elementary schools in the Oak Park area, Bret Harte, Oak Ridge, Tahoe, and some other ones and Pacific Elementary, that level of access is not currently at the level that we would like it to be able to recruit those families and those students who are in South Sacramento and the Oak Park area. So those are a couple of concrete reasons for perhaps why some of the demographics have shifted.
Okay, and are most of the students who are in the Capital Collegiate Academy feeding into your school?
No, we get students from all over. So because we start in 7th grade, we get students from, no.
But the question is, are most of the students from Capital Collegiate Academy feeding into your school?
So one thing I want to clarify, so Capital Collegiate Academy is not part of St. Hope Public Schools. So they're their own separate independent charter school, and they're only a K-3 school. So they don't have any students in the 6th grade yet who would then be eligible for 7th grade. And I know that part of their plan is to grow out to a K-8. So the idea for that school would be that their students would go from their school to high school.
Okay.
But they're two separate organizations, and students do not come there because of the age gap right now and where Capital Collegiate is.
Okay, thank you. One of the concerns raised by Member Hanson was about discipline. I'm really interested in your use of restorative justice. I'm looking forward to seeing that. But one of the concerns about the performance on the tests that people do have when considering charter schools is that after seabeds are given, students are counseled out or they end up coming back into the regular public school system. How would you address that?
So I will tell you right now that our commitment is to keep every scholar on campus and to keep them with us. If I ever hear that a scholar is interested in going somewhere else, I will call the parent personally, ask them what's going on, host a meeting, and figure out how we can make this a successful place for them. It is not something we do. We do not counsel out scholars. I would say we do the exact opposite. We take scholars from wherever they are, and we want to make sure that we're doing everything in our capacity to get them ready for high school.
Okay. And last question. I noticed that you have time dedicated to electives of their choice for the students. Mm-hmm. Are you actually offering electives as part of the regular day curriculum?
It's every Wednesday, so it's once a week right now, and it's something that we would like to expand as we grow out. But right now they are able to, we allow them to choose what electives they want to learn. And so we survey the scholars. One scholar wanted to learn American Sign Language, so one of my teachers went out, learned American Sign Language, and then she hosted an American Sign Language elective and taught them.
So it's once a week, but is it part of the regular school day?
Yes, it is part of our regular school day on Wednesdays.
Okay, thank you for answering.
Thank you, Member Cochran. Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Wu. Thank you for coming here today, and thank you
Of
for your
course,
presentation.
thank you for having me.
How long have you been at the school?
This is my second year. So Paul Schwinn was the first year, and I've been here for 2 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you had some big shoes to fill. And
I did, yes.
So, just let me tell you a little bit of history. I was here when we put that particular charter through the ringer as well. I mean, you heard what we did with Miss Penny Schwinn, and we were not too light on Mr. Schwinn as well. So, but I specifically remember that charter when it first came in. It was more geared toward the African American child when it first came forward. Through some encouragement, or maybe strong encouragement by a couple of us board members, and some data that we laid out about the Oak Park community, specifically where that school would be housed, we were pretty adamant about the makeup of the community and pointing out that the community had a very large population of Latino members, residents in that area. And we were assured at that time that the outreach was going to be done, proper outreach. And it was very important to us because, number one, the school resides in a community that we had been hearing back frequently that many of those community members were not able to utilize that facility, that specific school site. Secondly, because of the focus of this school was to take the challenging students and work with them at an intense level so that the outcome would be extremely successful. We felt that every student of every ethnic culture should be focused on. Okay, so which does kind of go in with Ms. Ryan or members Ryan and Cochran's comments as well. That I am shocked, just like you, to see the numbers at such a significant level of decline. Further, when we have the presence of a what appears to be somebody who's of Latino descent as the recruiter, when I look at the district, our own district's demographics, and thank you, Mr. Ross, for giving me the percentages, we see that Latino population actually increased for Sac City Unified as compared to like a couple of years ago. We're at 37.7% Latino population in Sac City Unified. Asian is at 17%, and African American is at 17%. When I look at your demographics, it doesn't seem to be matching to what ours is, which rises to a level of concern for me. So I would hope that you would emphasize on a go-forward basis that this is a key factor in your recruitment plan, and that there is a need to treat all ethnic races on the equal par, and that there is a need to focus on every single child, regardless of their background, which was your words exactly when you were standing before us doing your presentation. So it's one thing to say it, but the numbers show it. And I look at that. Okay. The other thing that I looked at was when you gave us the numbers, was on slide number 10. And it gave me a point of curiosity of saying to myself, where's the N? How many students are we talking about when you lay out your instructional minutes and your rise in your reading levels? And you specifically did say that it was your founding students. I don't know what your transition rate is. I don't know how many of those founding students remain from 7th to 8th grade. So that data point is missing for me. I don't know if you have it on you.
I can tell you that we started with 64 scholars for that founding year, and 57 of them graduated in 8th grade. So the majority of them did stay with us. I can get the exact percentages for you.
Yeah, especially the N, because I see when I'm looking at your report in our packet that not every single one of your students, their scores were qualified and that they were counted in the number of percent proficient in it, whatever levels that we were looking at on our charts. Again, it gives me a level of concern that when I look at something like Table 5 in your report, African American, which you only had 28 valid scores, and your population for that same year of African American was about 61 students. And of those 61, only 28 students' scores were valid and used for that table. So it's going to make a big difference for me to see the population.
Can you clarify which table you're referring to?
In your board packet, well, the data that was submitted to us on page 10 in the board packet,
okay.
And then slide 10 in your presentation. So I really need to know the data point that you're talking about, that missing one.
Okay, I can definitely get that for you. Thank you.
All right, and thank you for your time.
There's one thing that I would just like to say in response to your comment. It has never been in my 2 years working at St. Hope and working at Oak Park, working with Mr. Lopez for recruitment, we have never set out in any way to recruit a certain type of student. Our goal has always been to recruit students that represent our community, and that is something that we are going to continue. So I just want you to know that our goal is to mirror our neighborhood, and we know we're not there yet, but we are committed to getting there.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Your neighborhood looks different than your current demographics.
And that's what I'm saying. And we know that, and that's why our goal is to change that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Cochran.
Thank you. I just have a few thoughts that I wanted to follow up on. Like I asked for the college, tell me the full name again.
Sorry, for what?
Capital
The
Collegiate.
Capital Collegiate.
Yes.
I would like to know for your school, how many of the students are in the actual zip code of the school zip code that are attending? I know you probably don't have that information.
I don't
now.
have that exact number. And I know that the number that I gave you, 73%, is about 4 zip codes that are surrounding Oak Park and the southern Sacramento community.
Right, and I appreciate that. I just want to focus in on the information. And I'm also interested in your staff, your teachers, how many have less than 5 years experience. One thing that I wanted to follow up on Member Rodriguez's comments, how many students do you have at the school?
131 right now.
And how many students were reported, their tests reported on the last round of testing that you used for your data?
For the CST, it was 57 students
Well, why would 131
No, so
students?
we grew out. So that first year of data is only from our 7th grade year. So that was the last time that we had the English and math CST.
Mhm.
And in that year, we only had one grade of, we started with like 64 7th graders. And so 57 of them were tested.
Okay. And so did you take the new testing for the state of California?
Last year we took the field test, and this year we will be taking the CASP.
Okay, thank you.
Member Royal.
Thank you for your presentation. Be very brief, impressive work, and I will be visiting next week, so hope to ask many more questions. And the only thing that I would say on the data, on the drop and demographics and such, and this is something that you can share with me once I come and visit, is the change could have been maybe from students that graduated, so maybe there was the class that started 7th, 8th, and then as they progress, or unless there was a drop-off of students that changed between 7th and 8th. And that's the only question that I would have for you, and that's something that we can talk about during your visit. So
Okay, definitely. I look forward to
seeing you next
having
Wednesday.
you. Thank you.
Member Rodriguez.
Sure. One last piece of recommendation here would be maybe you should consider doing an exit survey with some of these families that are leaving.
We do. And I can give you the comments that they make on those surveys.
Yeah. Thank you.
Member Ryan.
So I just wanted to make a final comment. Having had an opportunity to visit Oak Park Prep, I will say, looking at the demographic shifts, I want to see a concerted effort to make sure that we are, attracting and retaining Hispanic families, particularly given the demographics of the neighborhood. But in an area where I so often see African American children becoming statistics, and personally as a mother of children who are both Black and Latino, I am very proud to look at Oak Park Prep and look into a sea of African American faces that are engaged and achieving beyond expectations. And so I don't want that to be lost in this discourse.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ryan. I think that there were I want to say thank you for the visit. And I am also, as I said in my last comments, that I'm impressed with the partnership of your students and your parents and your teachers and the administration. And I look forward to you returning in about a month. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
We have work to do, so I'm going to continue on. Item 9.0 is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to move the consent agenda? I have a motion by Vice President Pritchett. Do I have a second? Second by Vice President Hansen. So which one you want to pull out? It's okay. All right. So I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Oppose? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to item 10, board workshops, strategic plans, and other initiatives. 10.1, approve the revision of the board policy on physical education. Dr. Taylor.
Good evening, Board President Wu, Superintendent Banda, and members of the board. My name is Iris Taylor. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, and I'm joined tonight by Heather Deckard, our Coordinator of Physical Education. Tonight, we're here to present proposed revisions to Board Policy 6142.7, Physical Education. We will share with you proposed revisions based on education code requirements, changes to state standards and curricular frameworks in physical education, and updated district policies that warrant these changes. We will outline specific details regarding the proposed changes, and in addition, we will revisit the two special cases impacting the awarding of physical education credit. Finally, we will discuss next steps.
As a reminder, Ed Code requires that physical education courses aligned to PE standards, frameworks, meet the physical education minute requirements, addresses the physical education fitness testing requirements, and outlines special circumstances where exemptions may apply. The proposed changes to the policy allow for alignment of the 2005 California Physical Education Standards, the course of study for high school, which encompasses the 8 components of physical education, such as effects of physical activity upon dynamic movement and health, mechanics of body movement, aquatics, gymnastics and tumbling, individual dual sports, rhythms and dance, team sports, and combatives. In addition, we've added MVPA because the promotion of moderate to vigorous physical activity is increasingly seen in the field of physical education as a critical component to an effective physical education program. The new policy has additions such as descriptions of physical education for students with disabilities, including alignment to IEPs, 504 plans, as well as accommodations and modifications on physical fitness tests in accordance with Ed Code. We've added the required physical education minutes for clarity purposes to ensure compliance with state law. We field questions about the minute requirements every year and want to make sure it is very clear what are the requirements according to the state law. The new policy spells out the requirements for the testing window as well as what is considered passing for high school students in order to qualify for a 2-year physical education exemption. California is a 4-year physical education state, and students must qualify for a 2-year exemption. The policy also clarifies reporting requirements. The 6 fitness testing components are aerobic capacity, body composition, abdominal strength and endurance, trunk extensor strength, upper body strength, and flexibility. An example of the aerobic capacity, number 1, is the 20-meter pacer test. The test is done to a specific cadence in a 20-meter area. Students run from line to line as the cadence beeps. The passing levels is different for each individual as it is based on the gender, height, weight, and age of the student. If a student does not pass the original test component, they can ask to try the other options to see if they would be more successful.
The policy outlines the various exemptions that students may qualify for. The first included is the temporary exemption, and this applies to either students that are ill or injured, such as a student that has broken a leg, and a modified physical education program cannot be provided. The second instance where this exemption might be applied is for a student enrolled for less of the work normally required of a full-time student. An example of this might be a student who has a modified schedule due to severe emotional disturbances. During the course of the illness or partial enrollment, the student can be temporarily exempted from PE. The second type of exemption in the policy is the 2-year exemption. An example of this is a 9th grade student who passes 5 out of the 6 areas of the fitness test, such as those mentioned by Ms. Deckert. This provides the student with greater flexibility in when they will need to take that 2nd year of physical education. The student must provide written consent to receive this exemption. The policy also outlines 3 instances where students may qualify for a permanent exemption. The first is for a student who is 16 years or older who has been enrolled in grade 10 for 1 academic year or longer. An example of this exemption is a student who is not able to successfully pass 5 out of the 6 areas on the physical fitness test after their sophomore year in high school. That student technically should be placed into PE their junior year, but this exemption allows them to not have to go into a further PE class. The second example where this might occur is for a student whose schedule is impacted. So a student who's trying to take a full course load of advanced placement courses or meet CTE or our career technical education requirements, maybe IB requirements, so their schedule may not allow for an additional PE class, or students who want additional years of marching band or JROTC. The second instance is a student enrolled as a postgraduate An example of this is a student that is enrolled in our adult 18 plus services and who is working towards a certificate of completion. And then our final example is a student who's enrolled in a juvenile home, ranch camp, or forestry program where recreation is provided. Final exemption in the policy is for students that are enrolled in our regular school-sponsored interscholastic athletic program. This exemption applies during the period that the student is participating in the school-sponsored athletic program. These are all of the revisions that we are proposing for Physical Education Policy 6142.7, and this is what we're asking the board to take action on tonight. We would like to now provide an update on the two special cases of marching band and JROTC. In the previous presentations, we discussed that the local governing board does have the authority to determine which courses will receive physical education credit, and these courses must adhere to the criteria outlined in Ed Code. This includes proper credentialing of the teacher, adherence to the physical education standards and the 8 components, the physical fitness minutes, and the physical fitness testing. In previous presentations, we brought to the board's attention the two special cases of JROTC and marching band to determine the will of the board in regards to offering PE credit for these courses. The board has expressed a clear desire to bring these courses into compliance so that physical education credit can be awarded for them. We revisit these tonight to outline the actions that have been taken since the last presentation, as well as those that still need to be taken to bring these courses into compliance with Ed Code. Please note that the courses to receive physical education credit do not need to be outlined in board policy and are not included in the proposed revisions to the Physical Education Policy 6142.7, nor do they require action by the board tonight. To bring JROTC into compliance, we have met with and working with our JROTC instructors on obtaining special teaching authorization, which can be achieved through administration of a competency exam. The course of study will be revised so that it adheres to the California Physical Education Standards and the 8 components. The course content must include instruction in physical education 400 minutes every 10 days, and JROTC teachers will be responsible for the physical fitness testing. To bring marching band into compliance, we've sought out clarity from CDE and CTC on credentialing and subject matter competency, and we'll work with our labor partners in HR regarding teachers who choose to teach this course to demonstrate subject matter competency. The marching band course of study will need to be revised to ensure that it addresses the 8 components. The course will need to be reconstructed to ensure that it adheres to the 400 minutes of physical education, and then marching band instructors will also need to be responsible for the physical fitness testing. This slide outlines possible physical education pathways students may access over their 4 years of high school and will be discussed briefly. The first column outlines the various scenarios of ways that a student may receive physical education credit during their 9th grade year. Marching band and JROTC are indicated as potential courses as they will need to be brought into compliance with Ed Code to be viable options. The first row outlines possible course options for a student who passes 5 out of the 6 their freshman year. The second row for a student who does not pass 5 out of 6 their freshman year. And then finally, options for students who are exercising that athletic exemption. There are cost implications for bringing the JROTC and marching band course into compliance with Ed Code, and we estimate this to be approximately $65,000 with some annually recurring costs. This is to support items such as the revision of the course of study, pursuit of special teaching authorizations, and ongoing continued professional learning. We will continue to work to bring these courses into compliance as directed by the board. Tonight, however, we seek approval of the revisions to the Physical Education Policy 6142.7, and upon approval, we'll develop the Education Administration regulations.
Thank you. Mr. Ross.
We have 3 public comments on item 10.1 from Anita Kalk, Maria Rodriguez, and Lisa Williams.
Ms. Kalk.
Good evening. For starters, I'd like to say that I'm Anita Kalk, and I've been a teacher in this district for 29 years, 25 of those years in physical education. I've taught all high school physical education, ranging from a variety of subjects, including dance, for a majority of that time, and now teach primarily freshmen, and my sophomores that I get to see are generally in the dance classes. I teach at McClatchy High School currently. Prior to that, I taught at Sacramento High School. The reasons that the 2-year physical education is required, is needed, is because not only do our California standards say that it needs to be offered and that those courses need to stay with those sophomores so they have an opportunity to choose a lifestyle and a plan for their lives that they don't experience as a freshman. As a freshman, as you saw, they experience things such as swimming, combatives, tumbling, and other team sports activities. As a sophomore, the state standards direct that they are given more choices to determine lifetime and skill-building activities. These experiences can help them continue in their longevity of life. As you know, we are living longer as people. And with that, we need to make those healthy choices. If we eliminate another year of physical education, those healthy choices may or may not come to their attention that they could do. They may not have known they were interested in dance or yoga or weight training. When somebody goes to take a weight training class or join a gym, it's because of something they are familiar with from their physical education experience. Freshmen do not have that option and won't have that option within the state framework. Disease plagues us continually with type 2 diabetes, chronic heart conditions, asthma, and Alzheimer's, and the lack of exercise, poor diet, and stress all add to the toll on those. We are not giving our students the opportunity to learn or to explore those opportunities in their classroom time, not to mention the climate that lack of physical education does to a school. I don't know if you've heard this saying, but the way that PE goes is the way that the school goes. And when PE goes away, those kids have no place to exert that energy except onto each other, which increases not only the tendency for suspensions, expulsions, and other offenses that take a place on campuses when they don't have a chance to utilize that energy. I would hope that you would consider this and consider our students first. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Williams, and I'm a teacher at McClatchy as well. I also have 2 young boys that are students at Caleb Greenwood, so they are going through Sac City and are having a phenomenal education there, and they come home and the best part of their day is recess and PE. And everything else, of course, but that's the first thing that they talk about. And to eliminate PE as sophomores, as Ms. Kalk was saying, she's my coworker, would do such a detriment to these students. They get to touch upon the standards the freshman year. We do hit every standard, but the second year they are able to delve deeper into the things that they're interested in. And with the obesity rates, and some of these kids come to school and they say that's the best part of their day. They come to school and want to go to PE, and if we eliminate that second year, we're going to hurt them and the health of our students. Passing 5 of the 6 components is important. They hit all of those fitness standards, but it doesn't make you a well-rounded, healthy person to pass all of those components. It's important to be able to come back and take that second year of PE to find your interests and find your health, and hopefully we can make a decision that will be in the best interest of the students and their well-being and health. And thank you.
I had another packet that I had to hand out. I'm not sure. Okay, great. My name is Maria Rodriguez. Good evening, board. I want to say that last meeting I misspoke when I talked about this. I called it the band issue a PE exemption, which it wasn't. And I also said I supported the plan, which given time, I realize I actually don't. I have 2 children in band. I am the treasurer for the John F. Kennedy Band Boosters, though I'm not speaking on their behalf. I speak simply for myself. And I'm taking guitar lessons because I'm jealous that they get to play so much music. I want to thank Dr. Taylor for talking with me this morning. She answered questions and listened to my thoughts, so I don't need to use your time right now with that. So last meeting, Superintendent Banda, you said that neighboring school districts do not count PE, band as PE. But what I did realize and find out is a lot of neighboring school districts offer block scheduling, right, where kids can take more than 6 classes. So I would actually like to say, rather than call band a PE equivalent, I would like to propose an idea that we take a long-term look at how our school district schedules a day. I would love to see a day scheduled where children can take band, PE, and take all the classes they want to be prepared for a UC level college education. So I know from being here many years and from talking to Dr. Taylor, it's not cost feasible probably to do that. I say instead of always looking at the expense side of things, let's look at the revenue side of things. And I say it's not cost effective to not look at this. Pocket News, band teacher keeps jazz tradition alive. I don't know if you all know Jeremy Hammond, who teaches band at Sam Brannan and JFK. He has been a News 10 Teacher of the Year, and he has passion, vision, insight. He has taken the band. It's a problem. The band needs to buy more uniforms. We've gone from 110 students in band to 130, and we're expecting 150 next year. The band is now competing at a level that they have never competed against, and I put the scores of their competition in the packet that I provided to you. They're competing against schools from Cupertino, from Reno, and against Granite Bay High School, which was Mr. Hammond's alma mater, which he strives to be as good as they are. And he will get there, unless there are hindrances put on him. And I think that the plan as it's put forth, while it's a great effort, and I support it as far as it will go, if I were a teacher, a band teacher, I would want to focus on band, and I wouldn't have to worry about doing all the PE stuff too. So I say find a way to provide schedules for kids where they can take all these classes, they can get their PE, and it's a great solution for everyone. Win-win. Look at the revenue side. I know at least 3 students that are from Elk Grove that are going to JFK because of the band. I know there's more than 3 students, and if you shut the band program down, you're going to lose some students. Thank you.
Any more? Mr. Ross? Member Arroyo.
Thank you, President Wu. Wanted to say a number of thank yous. Number one, to Member Pritchett, because it was her insistence that we brought this issue back and we kept on looking at it. And while it's not the most expeditious process and not what the superintendent had wanted, it does have allowed for a process that allowed for more stakeholder input and for a lot of people to really understand what was going on. And I think that that's priceless. But along with that, I want to thank not only Board Member Pritchett, but also Superintendent Banda and staff who have very judiciously listened to the different sites and try to cobble up as best a compromise. And not all the work is done, and this is just the first step. And I think that in due time, we do have the possibility of having Sacramento City Unified School District, the trailblazer, in terms of new ways to consider how to blend different interests, band, ROTC, PE, and given the constraints that the state has given us in terms of academic rigor for our PE classes. So no questions in particular, but just wanted to say thank you for all the work that you have done, and I appreciate everyone's work on this.
Member Rod, Vice President Pritchett.
Thank you, President Wu. First off, I just wanted to thank staff, Iris and Heather and Olivine for meeting with us and making sure that I understand them. And Ms. Rodriguez, you weren't the only one that was confused. I was very confused at the last board meeting, which is why I asked for this to be brought back. because I clearly did not understand what it was being proposed. I do want to be clear for those that are here and those that are possibly watching from home, and something that really confused myself and others that I have talked to, that when looking at this chart, I don't know if you can bring that up, that the way that it looked like it was proposed at the last board meeting, it looked as if we choose everything, right? And after speaking with you in meetings, that's not the case at all. We choose one, we choose two, we can choose whatever we would like, and we make it our own. But we do have to abide by Ed Code standards. So I just want to make that very clear. I think PE is very important, and I want to keep our kids healthy. But I will tell you that I do have an issue with the 16-year-old and over exemption. After speaking with staff in our schools, it seemed to me that when they saw this, they thought, oh, well, they can just take 9th grade PE and they're done. And from what I hear from our teachers in the audience, that's what they're saying as well. And after speaking with you, that is possible. They can do that. They can apply for a 2-year exemption, and then once they're 16, their senior year, they apply for the 16 and over exemption, and then they don't have to take anything regardless. There's no there's nothing saying that they can't do that. So with that being said, I would like to move that the board approves the use of the 16-year-old exemption with conditions. And that the use of these exemptions will afford students a variety of options as staff works through how to provide PE credit for band and JROTC. This will give the opportunity to continue participating in such programs. It opens the door for students to participate in courses that will further prepare them for college and career. I propose that this is done under clearly defined definitions, which staff working with bargaining units will define and bring back to the board and prior to implementing them. I know that this is going to take some time, correct? And I'd like to know what my other board members have to say about that.
Okay, I have before I call Member Rodriguez, I want to just announce that I have a motion by Vice President Pritchett, and I have a second by Member Arroyo. Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Wu. I'm glad some board members got to have some positive experience in speaking about this item before we got here. I certainly didn't. So I don't know exactly what changes happened from the last time this was before the board and to where it's at today. I understand there was some things that were discussed, maybe some things that had changed. So if you can be so kind to point that out, what had happened different from the last time this was around to what we're seeing today.
So the board requested a couple of things in this presentation. One, some specificity around the exemptions. And so what you saw in the presentation was some clear examples of when those exemptions might apply. The other was around just giving some clarity around the physical fitness testing and what that consists of. And then finally, what Board Member Pritchard just mentioned was to, with the 16-year-old exemption, to really spend the time defining what the parameters would be for when that exemption could be exercised, and that then be brought back to the board for approval before we exercise this particular exemption.
No, it's my time. Thank you. No, thank you. At this point, I'm inclined to just say bring it back all together as one package. I think that we're at a point where things come to us premature, and I can be very honest with you that there are people who watch our board meetings that have reached out to me, who have specifically expressed concern over this specific policy and what it does not say, and what their districts are doing. And so I think that it would be beneficial for staff to take this back out and speak specifically the way it is, the way you structured this, and speak to other surrounding districts, see what they're doing, how they have handled this, and then bring it back with the full knowledge of saying, this is what District A, B, and C are doing. This is how we're handling this. I understand we want to be trailblazers on this, but with the number of concerns that have come to me and with the inability to speak with staff about this, I'm just, at this point, I'm not feeling very comfortable. The last board meeting, I was feeling a lot more comfortable because I had a lot more confidence in that what we were being presented was the full package, was something that was well researched, was something that, when we had questions, they were being thoroughly answered and they had been researched. But right now, because of the issues that I'm hearing, not only from within our own district, but from now outside of our district, I would take the approach of having it just be brought back all together as one complete package from A to Z, giving you guys some time to thoroughly vet out whatever needs to be vetted out, and then giving you time to thoroughly speak with each board member about this before it comes to the board. So that's my position at this point. Thank you.
Member Arroyo.
Thank you, President Wu. I will clarify a couple of points in the sense that I was fortunate to be part of a meeting of 3. I guess there couldn't be more than 3 at that moment. It was a meeting to clarify what the policies. And so I think that the only difference, and just for clarification for the rest of my colleagues, is there's no real difference in what's in front of us than to what was presented last time around, in that it's exactly the same policy explained differently. And there were 2 items in particular that were kind of lumped together that made it kind of difficult to digest all at once. And one portion was what to do with the band and the ROTC exemption, or what to do with band and ROTC in terms of their qualification for PE credit or not. That's one issue altogether. And then the other issue that seemed to be kind of combined, but it's not, it's the issue of 3 exemptions. Either the exemption because the student fell ill, or there's a number of criteria as you were explaining it. The second exemption, the issue of getting an exemption for 2 years because you passed a physical test in your freshman year. And then the third exemption, which is once you're 16, you can qualify to be exempt. And so if all 3 exemptions are approved by this board, that means that potentially a student can take freshman PE and no PE the remaining 3, right? But we, the board, can accept to approve 1, 2, or all 3 exemptions. It's up to us to determine which exemptions we would like to approve and which ones not to. Am I correct up until this point? And so, as I understand Board Member Pritchett's recommendation is to move forward with the policy as it was presented to us last time around. And the only consideration, given that there is so much interest for students that are enrolled in band or ROTC, and for board members and people in the public and students and parents that know how rigorous in physical demands our band and ROTC is, in terms of the exemption for the 16-year-olders, right? That if we approve that exemption, that students that qualify specific criteria are the only ones that can get that exemption, right? But that's not before us right now. It's just the request of staff to come back later on with a drafted proposal of what that exemption could look like. So when a student goes through freshman, takes their class of PE, they take the test, and then they get an exemption because they passed the physical test and they get 2 years of no PE. The only way that they could get a third exemption, which is the once they're 16, is if they meet one of these criteria, and that criteria you're going to bring back to us later, which is it could be that they're in band or ROTC, or they are in a linked learning pathway that requires them to have different time demands. And so that's what staff will be doing, exploring those options for us to consider when to allow a student
Exercise.
to receive that exemption once they turn 16.
Right. And just to add to that, so that wouldn't be a part of the policy, it would be a part of the ARs that we would be developing.
Administrative regulations.
Administrative regulation, thank you.
But this policy is no different
Correct.
than what was brought to us last board meeting.
Correct. It's the same policy, same proposed revisions.
It's just with the request that you come back at a future time
To-
with further clarifications or further options for us to act on. Okay. With that, I just wanted to
Thank you.
support Vice President Pritchett with that request or that motion.
Member Royal, Vice President Pritchett.
Thank you. I just want to share with the board that one thing that I said in the meeting that I had with staff was that it was very confusing because we were talking about marching band and ROTC in the same mix of this conversation, and what we were about to approve really had nothing to do with band or ROTC at all. I was just in my motion, I'm trying to find a way that we can incorporate those things with very strict restrictions of how they could get it in there. I guess if we went with Member Rodriguez's recommendations, how long do you think it would take for staff to come up with a plan? Approximately.
It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. We would need to, just thinking of some of the things that we would need to do, we would need to just convene some different groups to provide input into what that criteria should be, such as our teachers, our leaders, staff, parents, so it would take some time to meet with those different stakeholder groups, draft something, take it back out, bring it, and then bring something where consensus has been reached to the board.
And do we have a deadline that we have to approve this by?
So this is actually one of our findings with our FPM, Federal Programs Monitoring Review, that we need to have this cleared by June. By June. At the absolute latest is our stop dead deadline.
So do you think that you'd be able to come up with a plan before June?
We can certainly try.
And let's say that we approved this today, when would it take effect?
It wouldn't go into effect until the following school year. So we would need to develop the ARs and then really outline processes to communicate this to all of our stakeholders so that everyone's clear about moving forward. These are the actions that we would take.
Thank you.
Member Rodriguez.
Thank you again. I really am trying to buy you guys the gift of time. By buying the gift of time, then you get to get the policy right, you get the timeline, you get a plan, you get everything together. You have plenty of time before June to get all of that. Even if you can't do an elaborate committee, you can use the gift of time to go out, do some further research, get a plan together, present this with a plan. Here's our goals. Here's when we're going to come back and speak to the board again. We're not asking for very detailed stuff, but we're asking for something that is going to be much more intentional and directed, and more inclusive, with an intent to be more inclusive as well. We certainly don't want you to rush something through because this is just a checkbox. So, we have to think about when we are employees of a district, when we represent a district, we need to be certain that we're not only thinking with our head, but we're thinking with our heart in terms of how the community that we're serving and what is the best interest for the community that we are serving. So if I'm trying to give you the gift of time, then you might want to accept that and still fall within your deadlines.
So let me just explain something that you may or may not be aware of. So in the absence of this board policy being approved, we are under the previous board policy, correct? In our previous board policies, these exemptions are there. So it doesn't really, we still need to clarify those things to exercise the exemption. So it doesn't really change things with these 4 exemptions. They're already in current board policy.
But with that being said, this policy would not take effect until next school year anyway. So we're still operationalizing under prior policy. So we don't need to have something approved tonight in order to make things change.
There are other areas that are in this policy. There are other revisions in this policy, and those are the things that are impacting things like our federal programs monitoring review, such as the clarification around the standards, the physical fitness minutes. Those other revisions that we put in there, these exemptions are just one component. So we can certainly do that, but I just wanted to point that out to you.
And at this point, I still don't feel comfortable with the way it is written, the way it was initially presented to the way it's presenting now. And I don't think that our district staff who actually are in the implementation, the physical no pun intended, the physical implementation piece of this. I think our teachers, our staff deserve a lot more clarity when it comes to implementing policy. And when it comes to that, we should be getting policy right when it comes to the board, and then we're asking for us to approve it as well.
Member Arroyo.
Oh, there's a mic. Sorry. Thank you, President Wu. I think that the concern was that this is different from last time around. It isn't. I think that there are other issues that we want to do on the. I would follow the recommendation of staff and the board. I think that there's nothing really significantly different from last time around. All we were doing with this is just giving more direction to staff to work towards something else that you guys can bring back for us to consider. If lingering this a little longer is a gift of time, but it can also be a gift of work or other stuff that you need to be worried about in the sense that it's no different than what it was before. So I will be open to either consideration by the board, but I don't see any more different proposal before us than what it was before, except Vice President Pritch's recommendation that you bring another policy later on, at least the regulation, before you implement it. Thank you.
So I see no more speakers. I have a motion on the table which has been seconded. I think that Member Rodriguez would like to propose an alternative motion. Is that correct, Member Rodriguez? Okay, then we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? We'll call the question. I don't have. I do.
I'm sorry, it's not discussion. Would you clarify the motion?
Motion, sorry, it's late. The motion is that the board approves the exemptions, including the 16-year-old and older exemption, with the caveat that staff will work on sorry, I'm going blank here. Thank you. Parameters that they will have to bring back to the board that we will have to approve.
So, any other questions?
Would that approve the policy or just the exemption? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to 10.2, 2015-2016 Governor's Budget Proposal.
So as Mr. Castillo comes up, we did receive the governor's proposed budget, which comes out in January, and we received it on the 15th, and then several of staff and also a couple board members attended the presentation that was put on by School Services of California, where they actually analyze it and break it down for us. So what Mr. Castillo is going to do tonight is going to be an overview of what that budget means in terms of funding for Sacramento City Unified School District, and then just where we can look forward to potentially continued increased funding, hopefully. But there's also some cautionary tales that are included in this report.
Good evening, President Wood, Superintendent Banda, and members of the board. Just want to say that Mr. Smith he want to be here, but I told him to go home. It's a little late. He works really hard already. What we hear, we will try to summarize what we hear in about 3 hours workshop. So I think we will try to cover this time. What we have been hearing is the U.S. economy and the state economy have improved. Really we have a stronger job growth. The economy is up. Even the oil prices, this temporary that we're paying all of us less on gas has helped the economy. So we are, the California is turning around. However, it is very volatile, and so we need to, that is the opposite of stability. So we need to be careful and plan for that. So the governor's budget for education, we were really glad that the governor is still, he's making K-12 his priority and continue funding local control funding. We are really happy. We're really happy for that. So, and he's paying what he's been calling for a long time, the wallow debt, and you will see that later in the presentation. However, we're seeing the other sides of the items that are not in the Proposition 98, such as higher education. You see that probably in the newspaper today. They're having he's putting a lot of pressure because they say you're putting too much in education. We will see why that's not the case, but so just we need to aware of that. So this slide really summarizes all of the K-12 education. We will go over each item in here, but I just want to point out in this slide we have about $2.5 billion or here, or about 35% increase. What we call it is paying the wallow debt or one-time funds. So we need to plan for that. Okay? So we will go over each of these items in the slides, but for now, just want to mention that. So what is in the budget is also as important what is not in the budget. For instance, the retirement increases about 23% of what we get in the LCFF goes towards retirement increases. So that is not in the budget. We got a promise in the LCFF. So I will give an example. I owe my friend $4. So this is I promise to pay you today $4, but give me 25 cents back. Do whatever you want with $1, right? That's a good investment. So that's just an example for that. And also, transportation. We have we still receive 20% less than we received in 2007-8, and there is no additional funding for early childhood education. So that's just kind of like an example what I just described with the coins. Explain the same thing. You have a promise to, let's say, we're going to return to 2021 the same purchase power you have in 2007-8, and everybody knows that, but you're taking some money away, 25 cents almost in each dollar. Okay? So the local control funding formula, this is, I say this is a good budget for K-12. We're actually getting about, for us, it's almost over $4 million more than what we present to you during the first interim. So it's good news for us. The gap is increasing for local control funding to 32%. So those are good news for the local control funding formula. We need to remember, that still January, we're still starting. We just started. We finalized it until June. However, the governor has to stand where he is in education, so we're happy for that. So discretionary funds, paying the wallow debt. We're school districts are getting about $108 per ADA, and for us, this means about $7 million more. I want to say one-time funds. He's highly recommended that we use this from Common Core. However, it's very clear these funds are discretionary, and however the board approves those, that's how we can use these funds. They are one-time funds. Apportionment deferrals. He's saying that we're paying about $1 billion. They're counting as expenditure for the state. We already count this in our budget. So just amount of timing, we're getting just paid when we're supposed to. Adult education. I think this is really great news. The schools are getting about $500 million for adult education. And this is new money, it's ongoing money. It's supposed to be for those schools who had highest needs, and administrative cost is limited to 5%. We don't know the details yet, what it means for Sac City Unified School District, but we hope to get some of these funds. School facilities issues, again, one-time funds. At the last board meeting, some funds we received already. We have received almost $22 million for 14-15, and we expect to continue for 15-16, but we don't count those in the budget until we get those. Again, those funds are for specific projects. Career technical education. Again, he's changing the in Euro career pathway trust fund. So this is not necessarily new funds for us, but he's changing. He need to focus. He believes that many students were left behind when the economy went, especially those who are in career and technical education. So we had to match these grants. We had to apply, and it is a matching requirement. Technology infrastructure. Sacramento City Unified School District does not expect to receive any funding. I verified this. Actually, none of the schools in the Sacramento expect to receive, except for one school is in Delta. So this is mostly for rural school districts, and there's some schools in Los Angeles area. So Proposition 39, these fundings for the California Clean Energy jobs, we still, schools expect to receive $320 million. We need to apply. We don't know what criteria they're going to use that, but it's part of the Proposition 30. Right now, it's like a paperwork. What we hear is they're going to do something online, so the process is more accessible for the school districts. Federal programs. The federal programs, we have a flat funding, and compared to what we had in the previous years where we had sequestrations, it's actually, again is, even though we did not get an increase unless we're not getting cut. So it's still considered good news for what we have in the past. So Proposition 30, I know I include this slide before, but I cannot emphasize enough that we need to think about this. Proposition 30 are temporary tax, and it's not just me saying, when Governor Brown was asked, can you extend Proposition 30, and he said, when I campaigned, I said that was a temporary tax. So that's, we at the school districts, in our budget, we had $40 million for Proposition 30. So with this Proposition 30, we're all happy, bags are full. Post-Proposition 30, bags are empty. It looks like he doesn't have any pens, but he has pens in the picture. The level of, this is one concern the K-12 community is having, is that when the Proposition 2 was passed, very soon the governor get a lot of approval from the voters, and we believe it's a good policy, but not what happened to K-12. It's really restricting the reserves. They could not have more than the minimum. We discussed before, our minimum is 2% for Sacramento City Unified School District. It covers, we calculated, 6.5 days of payroll, so just not enough. We need to invest our money in our students, no question about that, but we need to plan. What happened to us in the previous years is we need to learn from that. You know, our schools, our students suffer so much because we did not have reserves. Those districts who have planned, they're a lot better, and we know this is a cyclical and it's coming. We need to plan for that and think about the students, but plan for the future. So this is probably the ugliest cap that we can have for K-12. So that's really so. None of the other educational agencies had a cap except for K-12, and the legislative office yesterday had a proposal that this needs to be repealed because it's not a good policy for the schools. You know, they're giving us local control, and I believe that reserves is part of local control. We know our district more than anybody else. You cannot, you need to plan for what you know in your own house. So next, our next steps in closing tasks, we are really happy that the governor has made K-12 education a priority. This is just the starting of the budget process. We need to follow the LCAP process. And we all know that an educated workforce is the key to our economic and social prosperity. And we need to continue to be vigilant in our expenditures and to avoid fiscal distress that we cause to our families and our students in the past. At this point, thank you for listening and opening for any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Ross. We have no public comments. Any comments from my colleagues? Any questions? Member Rodriguez.
Why do you all wait for me to speak and then you guys speak after I do? Guarantee there's going to be one light that comes up after I speak. You know it. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Boy, Molly Munger's proposition looks a lot better today than it did a few years back, didn't it?
It helped us a lot, yeah.
Yeah, that would have been a better choice. Because now we just turned education upside down, and now it's very uncertain in terms of are these policies sustainable? That's the question of what I hear throughout the presentation.
Mm-hmm.
So some of these one-time funds, I like that you're saying that, maybe we could use them for the technology infrastructure that is much needed. I think a point of good responsibility in making that type of statement would be, what is our current infrastructure like right now for IT? What are the needs? How much is that going to cost? And so we can appropriately plan to use some of those one-time funds for that. It is important tying that back into the SBAC test that the students will be taking. And some of our areas are not technologically developed in terms of free Wi-Fi in the areas. So, for example, Woodbine Elementary is one of the schools that even just at the school site itself, half the school is wireless and the other half is not, right? So I remember a conversation that I had with the now retired council member, Pinnell, and the city was starting to work on doing some of these technology infrastructure updates. Have you or anyone from this district engaged in a conversation with the city of Sacramento or the county of Sacramento to see if maybe they are doing some of these technology advancements in some of our areas that don't have it already?
I cannot. I cannot. In the past, what we have done something with the city has been like common effort, and we cannot reach that for that. I cannot reach that to them.
You can reach out to them?
Yeah, you can give me like who to call, that I will be happy to do that, but I cannot hear anything from them at this point regarding technology.
Okay. Because I think that we're at a very delicate time in terms of some of these one-time funds that are coming to us. And I'd like to see, and maybe this is something that you and the superintendent can work on, is, our programs that we have and which ones are sustainable, financially sustainable. A lot of them, we look at sustainability in terms of the impact that they have on student outcome and achievement, but we also need to look at financially if they're sustainable and how much of our general fund dollars are going toward that. And then making some decisions on are there opportunities to apply for grants and stuff like that. I think we're at a real opportunity in that we're being given some advance notice here. When Governor Brown says that I meant temporary and that's what I meant. So we're being given some pretty good opportunities to be innovative and thinking out of the box. But at the same time, we need to start beginning to structure our financial system of our district. So that's my initial feedback hearing this tonight, and thank you for bringing it forward. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rodriguez. Member Royal.
Thank you, President Wu. I had a really quick question, and I don't expect a full answer, but something that I would really like to talk with staff later on is adult ed. And I know that there were some changes at the state level as to how to handle it. Some division between K-12 and community colleges.
College,
but wanted to know what still within our realm of, and out of the money that he's allocating to adult ed, what does that mean for us in terms of funding? Because I know that the need and the interest for adult ed is still extremely high. And it would be really, really beneficial for us to consider, at least I would like to know, what is it that we need to start thinking in terms of what is our responsibility and how we can beef up, because English as a second language classes,
I just,
and so on and so forth.
Yeah, we need to, I just want to let you know that today I spent trying to do some research what this really means. It was really, even though it's a lot of articles, it's really not detailed, there wasn't the details, but I know there's with a community college, it's a consortium, so it's an application process, but I just want to know what it means for succeeding,
and by no means do I expect for you to have an answer, but this is something that I would definitely want to get the attention of the superintendent and have a few, soon enough, I guess, in due time, have a conversation about what does adult ed look like within our district, given the high need that we have within our district, within parents and students and so on and so forth. But just future conversation, food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Royal. Are there any other questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Castillo.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item 10.3, measures Q&R, bond review and 2015 bond sale. Ms. Allen.
Late night tonight, huh? Well, good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Bonda, and President Wu. While Ann's getting our PowerPoint up, thank you. Tonight I'm joined by Kathy Domenico with Capital Public Finance Group. She's been in front of you before to talk about bond sales and other financial matters that their firm assists us with. So tonight we're going to go through a little bit of a review, update on Measure Q&R projects, and then we're going to talk about our next bond issuance that we're planning right now. Would be a series in 2015, this coming up spring, and then we'll talk about some next steps. So I'm going to, you're the first part, so I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you for having me here tonight. And as those board members that were here in 2013 are very familiar, when we take on the issuance of bonds, we're not just issuing as much as we can. As your financial advisor, it's really our responsibility to make sure that the district is issuing the amount of bonds you need while maintaining the promises that you made to the taxpayers. And we take that very seriously. So we are starting to embark on the 2015 bond issuance process. And as part of that, we want to first update you on kind of where we are to date, give you some new information, because part of the bond program was to really keep this as a working plan that we were going to update periodically and make sure that the plan moving forward is in line with, again, the district's needs balanced with the taxpayers' expectations. So just to give you some background, as a quick reminder, in June of 2012, the district adopted the Sustainable Facilities Master Plan, and it identified about $2 billion with a B, dollars worth of capital needs. It's a really large bond. That's a really large capital program. And the bond, which followed suit in November of 2012, was going to be a funding source for a portion of those needs. There were actually two bond measures. One was Measure Q. It was a $346 million measure, and Measure R was a $68 million measure. In July of 2013, we issued the first series of Measure Q and Measure R bonds. So for those that aren't familiar, bonds are issued in series over time as assessed value in the tax base grows. And we'll go into a little bit more detail on that. But sometimes it's a misconception in the public that you get a large authorization and then you go and issue all the bonds at once and spend it on projects. It actually doesn't play out that way in reality. So the first series of bonds was issued in July of 2013 for a total of $70 million. That was broken up with about $43 million of Measure Q and $27 million from Measure R. We're now scheduled to move forward with the additional sale of Measure Q and Measure R bonds, and we're going to kind of update you on where we are and what kind of our recommendations may be moving forward. Just to give you a quick synopsis, and I know it's late, so I won't go through all the details on this, but your Measure Q projects were specifically for core academics. Your Measure R projects were for health and safety projects, and some more specifics are listed here. So let's go into the projects themselves and what the 2013 bond issuance has been spent on or allocated towards. Specifically, this here is a breakdown of the $43 million of the 2013 Measure Q bonds and how that money has been allocated. About 66% of that has gone towards technology upgrades. And I think you were just talking just a moment ago about the importance of investing in technology in the district. And I think the policy has really set that you've already started that large-scale investment. You've got over 25% of your core academic renovations. Another 3% is ongoing funds, operations. What is that? That's a lot of the issuance costs on the bonds. That's a lot of consulting fees, not ours. That would be ours is a small piece of that, just to be clear. And then other ongoing operations related to training to get some of these other technology improvements online and the other projects online, and as well as salaries related to the capital projects. Resource and energy conservation improvements at almost 4%, and your district-wide fire and irrigation improvements at a little over 1%. So that's really the breakdown to date on your Measure Q 2013 bonds. And then here's a breakdown of your $27 million of Measure R 2013 bonds. You can see about 67% of those were spent on the athletic fields, gyms, and locker rooms, about 25% on health and safety improvements, about 6% on that ongoing funding stream, and the nutrition services is a small little piece of that at about $3,500, so 0.01%. But I want to put that in perspective because we talk about these pies as if that's a complete picture. And really what's happening here is in Measure Q, you have your $346 million. Only 10 million of that is, only 10% of that has actually been spent to date. So putting kind of a big picture here, you still have a lot of Measure Q left to tackle. And Measure R, about 26% of the Measure R funding of the, $68 million has been spent. And again, it's still a large amount of bond projects left to complete. So that's kind of where we are so far on the project side. Let's talk about the bond issuance plan. Back in 2013, we actually did a pretty detailed workshop for this board, really explaining how bonds are issued, gave the board an opportunity to really ask questions and understand how assumptions are developed. We want to be very conservative in our assumptions because we don't want to essentially miss the promises that are made to taxpayers. With your bonds, you promised taxpayers that your tax rates would not exceed $54 per 100,000 of assessed value. And debt service on the bonds is basically divided by the assessed value in the tax base in order to figure out what that tax rate is. So if you issue too much in bonds and your debt service is too high, and the assessed value doesn't support that into the future, your tax rates will exceed that level, and we don't want to get into that situation. So we use very conservative assumptions that are really pretty heavily vetted through the county and a lot of just data-driven information in order to develop these bond issuance plans. So you recall back in 2013, we mentioned the bond authorization amount that the voters approved. We had some concerns about the ability to issue all of the bonds over the next 10 years, which was the original plan, given the tax base that you have and conservative assumptions. And although we still have some of those concerns, I just want to give you some good news. It's getting better, and we'll go through that in a few minutes. But what I want to discuss with you now is what has happened in the tax base and why we feel like we're in a little bit better situation. So again, I mentioned assessed value is a key factor in figuring out what the tax rates are going to be to taxpayers. When you determine the amount of bonds to issue, you really need to understand what's happening in the tax base to understand the ultimate outcome of the bond issuance. So you had really rapid growth in assessed value over time, and from about, 2008 to about 2012, you had pretty significant declines in assessed value. Over the last 2 years, you've had better than expected growth, with growth of about 3.5% last year, and this year about 4.5% growth. So you are actually in a better situation with your tax base than you were a few years ago. Plus, we're seeing a lot of those properties that were being reassessed downwards have turned over, and we're actually seeing increases in value. Plus, you have a really large building going in downtown that most people are pretty familiar with, and a lot of ancillary development. Those things are boosting your tax base. However, they may be boosting it, but we still aren't comfortable at this point in time really increasing our assumptions very much. And why is that? Because we don't want you to plan for capital projects and have to come back to you in 2 years and say, we didn't hit our assumptions, so now you can't do that. So we really do take this assumption building seriously. And we're still projecting 2% growth in the tax base over time. And we will reevaluate this essentially every 2 years when we go to issue to bonds to see how your tax base has performed and whether we can squeeze out some additional bonds to enable you to do some more projects. So again, this is a slide that actually is exactly the same as you probably saw 2 years ago for those of you on the board. Our approach to issuing Measure Q and R bonds is evaluate your construction expenditures over the next 2 years. So your bond issuance needs to follow your construction expenditures, but you really need to then use these conservative assumptions, figure out what it's going to mean to your taxpayers, and then go back to the projects and adjust them accordingly so that you're not over-issuing bonds, and then reevaluate the bond plan. So we just do this on an ongoing basis. We've talked about the past. Let's move to the future. Again, if we're going to issue additional bonds, it's dependent on the projects to be funded. And I'll let Kathy speak on essentially how you're selecting the projects for the next series of bonds and what some ideas are for those projects.
Okay, so one of the first things that we do when we look at any project should be funded out of bond funds, whether it's Q or R, would be what does the ballot language say? What did we say to the voters that we were going to do with that money? So that's primarily our first place that we look at. The second thing we do is we kind of tie everything back to those two documents that you've heard me refer to these before, the deferred maintenance plan that, although no longer required by the state of California, we do keep a very active and up-to-date deferred maintenance plan, which is included in part of the Sustainable Facilities Master Plan, which is the document that we referenced earlier that identified about a $2 billion need throughout the district. So we look at those two documents when we're looking at potential projects. You've also heard us say from time to time that just because of lower staff levels and the funding challenges that we've had, we tend to focus mostly on fire, life, and safety issues, and we haven't really had a chance to get down to some of the wants versus the needs at our sites. So we're still in priority one, which is those objects that really pose an identifiable immediate health and safety risk. So again, fire, life, safety, we hone that in. In the Sustainable Facilities Master Plan, they talk about a level that needs replacement, which assumes it's just completely bad and needs to be torn down and rebuilt, all the way down to patch and repair and kind of move along and make it last another couple of years. So those are the two documents that we do reference anytime we look at a potential bond expenditure. So this is our proposed budget for the next issuance of Measure Q. The total is about $86 million, and Kathy will go into that in a little bit more detail. Our focus has always been and will continue to be that core academic renovation pie. That is where The bulk of the Measure Q bonds were promised to the voters to be spent. It's those core academic renovations at the 9 identified sites that are in the bond ballot language itself. So currently that's at $34.8 million. The next bucket is modernization, repair, and upgrade projects. Those are just the roof projects, the blacktop projects, the restroom projects, again, those fire life safety things that we keep ticking away at, and actually we're doing pretty well with that. So that $17.5 million actually represents projects that we have scheduled just for this summer. So all of these, the bond allocations or the bond sales are, in theory, supposed to last 2 years. We have that much work scheduled right now out of queue for modernization, repair, and upgrade. Again, ticking away at that $2 billion need that we've identified in the master plan. Program enhancements, including class size reduction, this is $9 million. This is the pot of money, for example, where any improvements at Judah would come from. And then if we start talking about what class size reduction looks like moving forward, if we need to do some program improvements at other sites or potentially move some portables around, that's where those costs would come from. We have allocated another $7.5 million for technology upgrades, and I did want to share. This is not my area, but I can give you kind of big number pictures here. So with the original 66%, I think it was, out of the first bond sale, we were able to do 34 schools at 100% complete for wireless, and then we're starting our voice over IP project on those schools in March. So with this $7.5 million, we will hit the remaining 24 schools starting in July of 2015 with our network and wireless. All the schools, I know that doesn't add up to the number of schools we had, but we were able to accomplish that for the other schools using E-rate funds. So, and then beyond that, our tech needs we haven't really been able to identify yet. So there's about another $400,000 we would need out of the 2017 bond to do the Comcast fiber upgrades, which would actually save us money in the general fund. That was kind of my quick technology thing. The district-wide fire and irrigation improvements really boils down to fire improvements. We've been required by our local fire authority to do extensive upgrades, and in some cases replacing fire alarm panels district-wide, or we are out of compliance. So we've been working with them very closely to try and come up with a schedule. This is pretty technical work, and there's not a lot of people that do it, and we can't actually find enough firms, both architectural and contractors, to kind of do that big bulk work, so we're dividing it up over several years. We started it in 13, and moving into 14. We're doing a lot this summer, and then we'll do about $12 million over the next 2 years for that. So, and then I think we have about another 7 left to go from there. The resource and energy conservation improvement projects, that's primarily our Project Green program. They have a limited allocation each year of the bond up to $5 million total. And then the ongoing funds that we mentioned before. So this is our debt service costs, this is our salaries, this is our e-builder program where we run all of our programs. So that is our budget for Q. And right now we are not projecting to sell any R bonds. R, primarily what's left would be our central kitchen. We still do have some money left to do, or some projects left to do in the R category for athletic improvements, but the bulk of Measure R remaining is for our central kitchen, and we don't have a identified piece of property right now to be able to embark on that. So if things change over the next year and we get a piece of property, or we identify a property that we already own that would work out zoning and delivery, then we could look at issuing a bond in 2016 for R. So we're not required to issue an R bond necessarily at this time. So right now we're not planning to do that.
That's important. Again, we go back to, we don't want to issue bonds just to issue bonds. And this is one of those situations where it didn't make sense. You have, I think, over $9 million of cash to spend on the projects that have already been allocated funds. It didn't make sense at this point to go ahead and issue our bonds. So I think the recommendation is to not do that and to actually use some of that tax rate limit to actually issue Measure Q bonds on some of these necessary projects. So with that, this is where I think I had some good news. And it may not look like it, but I'm going to walk you through this chart. What we have here are the estimated Measure Q and Measure R bond issuances over time. And this is the same table that the board has seen a couple of times. The good news here is because we had assessed value increases that were higher than our projected assessed value growth rate, we're actually able to plan on issuing an additional $50 million than what we thought we could issue 2 years ago, using those same conservative assumptions. So that's kind of the good news. But what we still have are remaining bonds, meaning those that aren't really scheduled into our project plan right now, and it's about $47 million out of Measure Q, $34 million out of Measure R. Where that money isn't necessarily what's important. It's kind of the overall dollar amount, because we could choose to issue some additional Measure R bonds in the future and reduce the total amount of Measure Q. That kind of balances itself out. So I wouldn't get set on which pot the money is coming from at this point in time. What we need to make sure is we're maintaining the tax rate threshold and we're fitting the bond issuance to what that ballot language says and what the project needs are at a particular time. So what we're looking at is a 2015 issuance of about $86 million. You've already issued $16.5 million out of Measure Q as standard traditional general obligation bonds. You also issued about $26.5 million of qualified school construction bonds. You'll see that over time. Those are subsidized interest loans where the federal government actually writes the district a check for a portion of the interest cost. That's passed on to taxpayers to reduce the interest cost that the taxpayers pay on the bonds. Again, with $86 million in 2015, you would then be able to issue up to about $95 million in 2017. Not saying you will. We don't know what the project needs are going to be at that point. Another $75 million in 2019 for an estimated total of just under $300 million out of Measure Q. On the Measure R side, you issued $13.5 million of standard general obligation bonds in 2013, about $13.6 million of those qualified school construction bonds, again, your subsidized interest, and we're estimating about $7 million in 2016 out of Measure R. But again, we're going to reevaluate that and see if you have a need for those bonds for the central kitchen at that point in time. This is something that's important on two areas. What you're looking at here is a graph of what your tax rates would be. The dotted line across the top is where the $54 maximum is. So you never want to see your tax rates above that dotted line. If you do, you have not met the promise to your taxpayers. We also need to issue bonds today, planning to issue bonds in the future, and we want to try to maintain that $54 tax rate today. So what you see here is in 15-16, your tax rates would be maximized at $54, and then we create room to issue additional bonds in 2017. So here's what it looks like on the debt service side. So you are actually issuing bonds where 20% of the principal is retired in the first 2 years. So that achieves what we were just talking about on the tax rate side, but almost more importantly, what this also does is reduces the overall financing costs on your debt because you're retiring so much principal in the short term. So many of you probably read in the Sacramento Bee about what San Juan Unified was doing, and they were doing this hybrid approach. Your district has already done that. You did it on the last series of bonds, and you're doing it again. You are front-loading, is what we call it, your debt service. So you're retiring principal early. You're reducing your overall interest costs, and that reduces interest costs, but it also allows for you to spend money on projects with a shorter useful life. Think about some of these technology improvements that may not have a 25-year useful life. You don't want to finance them over 25 years. You want to finance them over 2 to 5 years. So this kind of accomplishes several things, but I wish you guys would have gotten the same press that San Juan did because you were already doing this. You did it in 2013 too. So that's kind of what the structure looks like. Next steps would be for us to continue to work on fine-tuning the project plan, make sure that $86 million is really what you're going to want to target for this series of bonds, confirm that we really aren't going to need to move forward with any Measure R bonds. We want to come back with an actual financing plan with real, your bond documents and all of that stuff, targeting an April board meeting. As usual, the board will have an information item and an action item. So we usually do it in 2 meetings so that you can review the documents, make sure you're comfortable, ask questions, put your maximum issuance amount in there and any parameters on the sale of bonds. We'll come also to you at that point with recommendation on the method of sale and all the assumptions so that you have that before you actually need to take action. We're targeting a sale of Measure Q bonds in May with the latest closing date June, although if we can bump that up to May, that would be great. We just don't want to promise that at this point. So that's our overall schedule of next steps, and want to make sure we address your questions at this point. And we almost got in on time.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Ms. Domenico, do we have any public comments?
We have one public comment on this item from Terrence Gladney.
Good evening again, Terrence Gladney. So at the last board meeting, I asked about the Kennedy track and field project specifically, I guess for once being selfish, for my son and his fellow teammates. But I wasn't able to go back and find the specific board meeting, but I do remember a sequence of events. I attended the Sustainable Facilities Master Plan meeting that was held here. And I remember that specifically because my daughter was the only student, and I think at the time she was like a second grader or something. And she got up and responded to the request from the architect to draw what she thought a well-functioning school was. And I remember that specifically. I remember that I applied for the board, for the Bond Oversight Committee, and President Cuneo at the time omitted me from the committee because he said that he didn't know who I was. I remember that subsequent to that, I still attended the Bond Oversight Committee after the passages of Measure Q&R, and I was told that the track projects were going to be funded by remaining funds from Measures E and I. At the time, I remember that 1.9 number specifically because it was 1.9 for Kennedy, 1.8 for Rosemont because they already had everything in place, and I think Kennedy had some other drainage issues. It was 1.9 for McClatchy, 1.9 for Johnson, and those schools elected to use their allotment of the money for their gymnasiums. I was kind of surprised because McClatchy also has a strong track program, but I think that there are some issues with the neighboring, the neighboring houses behind the school, so that's why they chose to use theirs for their gym. I remember being surprised that it was only 1.9 because, it is a pretty low number, but even in the E-Connection, when Board Member Pritchard cut the ribbon at Rosemont, it's around that amount that I said. It was 1.97, so it went a little over budget, which is expected. I would expect that Kennedy, I found later that there were some drainage issues and additional things that needed to take place, so I would expect that it would increase, but I've never gotten an explanation of how it increased by $4 million and how that self-sustaining program was not and has not been able to get their equipment. So I don't know if you guys have, but I'm still looking for those specifics because it's one thing to say that it was a $5.9 million project from the beginning, but it was 1.9 from the beginning, and a lot of you board members weren't here, so I understand that, but I trust my memory and the sequence of events, so I'd still expect answers on behalf of my son and on behalf of those children who dedicate their time to, doing extracurriculars.
Thank you. Second Vice President Hansen.
First, for Terrence, I understand that an answer was provided with the dollar amounts for the JFK. Has that been provided? All right. Well, I understand it's been completed, and we saw it, I guess, today. I thought that you had received it also, so it's been completed, and I expect that you'll get it tomorrow. So it'll have that information. So the staff has completed that. So. Congratulations. And also, be careful what you ask for, but we have an opening on the Bond Oversight Committee, so maybe, in fact, we might have two openings, so maybe we might talk amongst our executive committee.
So I did receive that from Ms. Allen before the meeting, and, out of respect to make sure you guys had an opportunity to review it, I didn't reference it. But in that you guys received, it says that the initial phase 1 was 4.7. That's not the case. So, again, back to what actually happened. The original approval was for about 1.9 for all of our high schools. So how that got from 1.9 to 4.7, that's all I'm asking. I understand there's going to be an increase because there's drainage issues. They replaced the bleachers, which are now a little bit smaller than what we actually had before. There are some ADA issues, but I'm just looking for a full accounting of that, not just at a starting point of the high end, but from what I came up here and publicly thanked you guys for approving, which was 1.9, to the 5.9, which is, I think, is going to finish at 6. So that's what
I did note that when I read that, so I saw that, and we'll ask staff to research to find out if your memory is correct.
Yeah, and Rosemont's, again, was 1.97, and one of the reasons that I think the numbers were low was because we were also using the same architect and contractors that completed the Burbank project, which should have cut our cost, and I know that those numbers ballooned along the way. So, on behalf of the public, just looking for clarification and transparency.
Well, we will endeavor to make sure that we keep asking, so at some point you'll stop asking because you're satisfied with the answer. So I think that's reasonable. And we will talk about the Bond Oversight Committee, so be prepared to give that some consideration. I have a couple questions. One, the $2 billion capital needs that have been identified in the district. I think that's something that I'd appreciate getting, maybe just as informational item at some point in time. Maybe we can provide that in our next board packet so we can see what it looks like, or if it's a bigger request than something like that, maybe we can have it packaged in a way so we can see what it is you're.
It's on the web. There's an overall district master plan, which is about this thick, and then there's an individual master plan for each site, and an executive summary that's about this thick. So
Okay.
it's large size paper.
Mhm.
So I'm not quite sure the best way to.
Maybe then send a
link.
A link, at least to maybe I assume some of the other board members would appreciate seeing that. I just haven't seen that before, so I didn't realize it was there. But I'd like to have that link so I can take a look at that. And then really don't have a lot of questions on this. I have just one last one, and that's my recollection, and you know, from talking to folks as much as I did this in 2014 in the public, you know, talking to folks in the public, the central kitchen was something that was extraordinarily popular, and I'm mystified why we wouldn't move that up in the priority list. So I have a couple questions. One, what's the process that your department's going through to locate a site?
Well, we did identify a piece of property directly across the street from the warehouse and where the kitchen kind of runs now that would be ideal both from a location perspective and a zoning perspective. Did a little bit more research on that with the company that owns that. So we could purchase it. It could be part of an exchange. We've kind of had those conversations as well. You know, maybe it makes more sense to purchase it at this time. The value's gone up, of course. If we don't land on that site, then you know we've also been asked to look at some of our closed school sites. So we don't have an issue with zoning necessarily because we can always exempt ourselves from local city zoning, which sometimes creates a little bit of a problem. But schools are located in the middle of neighborhoods, and we have trucks that come fairly early, and so that might not be the best place for a central kitchen to operate with the amount of volume that would be going in and out of there. So really the next step is to identify a piece of property, be it something we don't own or something that we do own and we're willing to turn into a central kitchen. And then, you know, beyond that, there's nothing that would stop us from moving forward.
What's the process for that?
We're actually going to bring that up in exec session, I think, first, and then talk about a couple pieces of property that I've got my eye on.
Obviously, I think property prices will continue to increase in cost, at least over the next few years. And it would be, I mean, with all the things that are happening farm to fork and all the rest of the stuff, you know, we're missing an opportunity every day. We're not working on that. So I would
Priority
talk
for
to
me
my
as
other
well.
fellow board members about making that a priority, and we might consider, you know, directing staff to make it a priority at some point if it's not a priority currently.
Well, Board Member Hanson, so we have had some preliminary discussions. We just want to make sure we circle around it, cover all the angles, make sure we got some cost estimates before we bring it to the board.
Because I wouldn't want to miss the opportunity if we need to put additional money in bonds for expenditures out of Measure R to pay for property, and that money needs to come out of Measure R funds to not have money in this upcoming sale if it's in April, and we have to wait 2 more years because we didn't think ahead.
Would you mind if I address that concept? Because when we're talking about issuing bonds from R to actually fund the central kitchen, which is a pretty large-scale project, we really wouldn't be able to cash flow that from anything else. You're not going to have enough cash from Q or anything else to do that. If we're talking about R, we're really talking about essentially buying a few months because you really aren't in the escrow period right now. We might, if you're talking about the same fiscal year, we could probably cash flow the purchase through either Measure I bonds or Measure Q bonds and reimburse those funds as soon as you could issue Measure R bonds. So we're talking about a delay of about a year in issuing the bonds. We could easily move that up a little bit, but I would not. You would still want to move forward with the purchase even if you don't issue bonds this year, I don't think that would hinder you in moving forward with the purchase.
Right.
And it shouldn't hinder you in moving forward with the purchase.
That's assuring, so reassuring. So I appreciate that clarification. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Wu. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Domenico. I think there's a disconnection in this presentation of we don't have the projects that are specifically laid out to say these are our priority one projects and the priority. Let me make sure I've got this correct. So priority one on the deferred maintenance would be a priority 4 on the other one. So it would make a lot more sense to bring the list of projects that are scheduled to be funded by this issuance. When you're presenting this, it makes a lot more sense because it makes it more real for us. Which school sites are going to benefit from this issuance? Right now, I don't know. And without putting that forward when we're making these decisions is unfair to us as a board because we need to understand where the priorities are in this district and how much need we have and which of those needs we're taking care of. Okay. So
we do have a list, and I'm wondering if maybe when we do the update, that's a much abbreviated, but I mean it might start the concept of what those updates look like on a monthly basis, and then when the committees, you guys are going to be doing some committee assignments tonight, the facilities committee would be a wonderful spot to have that initial conversation, and then we'd have to see how the board wants to share the rest of the information. But we do have a list. I mean, we have it's 55 million on 60 sites. So.
No doubt you have a list.
And I just add also to that. So process-wise, that's kind of what we're working through to make sure that we're sizing properly. So we've been doing back and forth on what does that look like. And frankly, I just don't think it's necessarily in the best form to go forward, but we wouldn't issue bonds without that kind of detail going to the board. So that's it. What we wanted to make sure we did tonight is kind of get you up to speed because we're going to have a series of future meetings where you're going to actually need to make some decisions, and we're just trying to lay the foundation for you so you're not surprised. But I think that's a really great point in that what's the process for how we vet that, and how do we make sure that before you're actually needing to make a decision, you're comfortable with what the projects are.
You have to understand that we get asked questions from our constituents. So when we go into these meetings with these general discussions without specifics, then I get asked, other board members here get asked, what are we, the taxpayers, what are we paying for? And is it going to benefit my local community school? And it's very difficult, even when you lay out the concept, it's very difficult for us to respond to those questions. It would be very helpful to have the connection already there. And I think if that's helpful for you, because I know we've gone through these presentations, but I'm hoping that this time I'm stating it in a manner that's a lot more clear. Right? Is that, do you understand? Or
the information is available. We just need to figure out the best way to present it.
Okay. But you understand what the need is and why we need it?
Oh, yeah,
okay.
definitely.
Okay. Going with the link on the website, because I have gone there. And what I found is that many of the pages are half. They're like cut off. They're not there. So it's kind of unusable data.
In the master plan link? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because you can go by school site, there's that executive summary, and it just doesn't give like everything about it. And I don't know why it doesn't. I think there was like an issue of maybe proprietary information or whatever it is. So that link is not really useful for us as board members because we need to see that other information that's cut off, basically. Or I don't know if, like you said, it's a long page. Maybe it wasn't scanned in for a long page, and maybe that's why it was cut off.
But we'll check into that.
Yeah, and I wish I could tell you some of the school sites that I had looked at, And I just can't recall because it's been over a year since I looked at them.
Start with schools in your area. Would that help? I mean,
That might help if you're looking through, if you're trying to do like a QA on it and see. Yeah, you could look at some of the schools in my area. But I'm not sure if it was something that I was exploring for just schools in my area. But I know that I did find that. And, you know, I want to go back to something that Mr. Gladney came up here and talked about the 1.9 million. And then all of a sudden he had, the school had 4.9 million now to spend. That to me indicates that there were monies that were maybe taken away from another school site to move into this other school. So I would be a little bit more curious now about how that all was decided upon, because money just doesn't pop out of thin air. We all know that. And so I want to know what project then didn't need the funds, or what project is now being delayed because we moved these funds from this project to that project. And I agree that full transparency is needed. Not that anyone's going to be fighting or whatever. I know that I've still got 2 more phases at Luther Burbank that need to be completed. So, you know, we got phase 1, which is the track. Then we have the baseball diamond, and then I think we have the soccer field left as stage 3. I think there's actually 4 stages, right, at that school.
So I'd love to be able to answer that tonight, but a lot of those happened before I got here. So let me do the research on it and get the information.
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting an answer on that, but I just thought that curiosity point, we need to settle that out. So now going back to the presentation.
Let me break in real quick.
Have to extend the meeting?
President Pritchett?
Yeah, I'd like to propose to extend the meeting due to the time.
We need a second, and we have to vote on it.
Oh, so you have to extend it to what?
Well,
what time?
let's say, what do we have left? Let's say we extend the meeting till 10:45.
No, you still have the
You can get
monthly
done 15
facilities
minutes?
update
Okay,
and
we'll
the
extend the meeting
board
till 11
committees.
o'clock.
Yeah.
Requires a vote by the board.
I have a motion, I have a second. Do I have, all those in favor signify by saying aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
Okay, so on slide 15, there was a mention of portables, moving portables around due to class size reductions. You know, I just don't see that as a wise expenditure. Portables are not permanent structures, first of all. Second of all, we have school sites that have been closed down. We discussed this during those meetings, and I can't recall, Kathy, if you were here for those. So seems like such a long time ago, but then it doesn't seem like such a long time ago that you were hired on with us. So, you know, I think if we could use some of that money to reopen some of these schools that have been closed in order to accommodate class size reduction, that would be a lot more of a wiser choice for us.
I think my overall goal on that pie, that piece of pie right there, is for program enhancements, and whatever that may look like would be driven by the program at the time. So class size reduction kind of just gets thrown out there because it's sort of an easy thing to everybody understands. I agree with you that they're not permanent. They may not be the best investment of our money, but right now that's the pot that's available for the next couple of years for any type of program improvements district-wide.
Thank you. On slide 16, what's missing for me on that slide is the missing balance, the balance remaining on the bonds that have been issued.
The amount that hasn't been paid down. Explain. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking for. I'm sorry.
Okay, so we issue, for example, Series A and the Measure Q.
Yeah.
We issued 16.5 mil. And so how much of that money is remaining now that we haven't spent on projects?
Okay. And I think we may have answered some of that earlier, and maybe I didn't call it out, I think, appropriately.
It was kind of clumped together in that pie.
Let me address that question because I think I can actually answer that. Of the of the total Measure Q, so of the 47 million that was issued from 47 million issued from Measure Q, 35.8 million has been spent to date, and that's shown on page 8. It's that 10% that has been spent to date. So 35.8 million has been spent, and that's spent or allocated, so essentially under contract and will be spent. It's not just waiting to be assigned. Under Measure R, the 27 million that was issued under Measure R, 17.4 million has been spent to date. So that's what's spent. Is that what you were looking for?
You're talking about issued and sold on the market. No, you're going much more.
I'm going too detailed.
You're going much more 100,000 foot level.
Sorry.
I'm looking for the in the weeds response because of the $16.5 million that was issued. How much of that is remaining? Did we spend it all on projects already? Or do we have a balance in that waiting to be spent?
So we would have a balance. So not going to be huge. If it hasn't been spent, it's been allocated. Again, kind of another word. But I can come back with maybe firmer numbers.
Yeah,
it's mostly spent.
Just in a board communication, I'll just pick it up from that if you can. And then my last question is going to be for Ms. Domenico. On pages 17 and 18, it's the same thing, and I keep asking about the dip. You know which one I'm talking about.
17, okay. So it's the same question and what's happening there. So what we're actually doing is carving out some additional room. We had planned to issue bonds. You see the tax rate at $54 for the next 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have it drop down for 17 and 18. We're actually planning to issue additional bonds in 19 as well. And we want to leave some additional room to do some of that front loading. And you recall from previous discussions, some of this has to do with the useful life of the projects that are going to be funded from the bonds. When we're looking at an overall bond plan, we can look at the average useful life of all of the bonds combined, but we're still trying to carve a little bit more room in there just in case we need to front load some additional bonds in 2019. And so that's kind of why it's taking that dip. So you have one drop down in 2017 to allow for additional bonds. You have another drop down, that's the little bubble in 2019. And then what happens as we go to the end, you see it drop down even further. That's because we don't want to issue what are called capital appreciation bonds. And I think a lot of you are familiar with the capital appreciation bonds where you postpone principal and interest accrues on interest, and they're costly. In order for us to fill in that gap, we would have to issue capital appreciation bonds, and it was pretty clear from the beginning, and we discussed this, that really wasn't the direction that the district wanted to go in, so we aren't showing that as part of the plan at all. And so that's why you dip and then you kind of fall off again.
And the dip represents the useful life products.
The little dip in 19 is specifically related to allowing us to issue some bonds in 19 and front loading them a little bit so that we can accommodate some useful life issues. And frankly, it reduces your interest costs, so it's a better financial structure for you. So if you were going to see the next bonds layered on top of this, it would actually be flat at the top if you saw all the bonds together.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So I was just actually going to go there. I was going to say, so an overlay would show that all up there at the top. All right. Thank you.
All right. I see no more. No more requests for my colleagues to speak. So I thank you for the information. Look forward to seeing you again. Now I'll call up item 10.4, monthly facilities update. Ms. Allen.
Okay, so this is at the request of the board to be shared on a monthly basis some of the projects that we're doing. And again, I don't quite know what we wanted this to look like, so I took a stab at putting a couple things together. These are, we're in a planning stage right now. School's in session, so we don't typically go in and rip up school sites, although we did do some work over the break, which I do have a picture of. So we'll go through this, and then I'd love to get some feedback on what you'd like to see this look like in the future. I just wanted to show you some pictures of what we have accomplished recently that you probably weren't shown when we did I think it was the August update that we usually do at the end of the summer. So this is a Project Green project that the kids at George Washington Carver wanted to do. They wanted to have a water catchment system installed to catch all their rainwater off the roof and then use it to water gardens and other areas. This is during construction, obviously, and this is what the finished product looks like. It's pretty big. We're looking at some different types of barrel systems that students might want to put forth in this coming Project Green application year. They look a little bit better. They're smaller. We're trying to keep them under 8 feet so they don't have to go to DSA because that obviously costs us some more money. Oops, I hit something wrong. Oh. So this is the McClatchy Gym renovation and HVAC installation. Obviously done. So this was one of our more successful projects. It really looks pretty neat. We've had a bond oversight committee meeting there, and they thought that was a pretty nice project. This is the track and field project that we've been talking about. This is a before picture. This is the track and field after. This track right here, one of the differences between it and Burbank was that we literally had to start from the ground on this one. Burbank actually had the base already on their track, which is one of the reasons why the cost was a little bit less over at Burbank. And yeah, we did have some fairly major drainage issues here. I think we're about 12 inches below the water line here. And then this is the concession and restroom building that we did, which was phase 2. So you got this in your board communication today. 2 different projects, just because of the timing sitting within DSA, we had to make sure that the track and field was ready for the kids in August. And if we had bundled them together, we wouldn't have made that time frame because it sits too long in DSA. And then new bleachers as well, that you saw on the first slide. So this is an emergency repair program, and I know Mr. Dobson gave you a nice summary of what that was at the last board meeting. We're so fortunate to get $22 million from the state to do this repair, which will actually help us, save some money out of that $2 billion need because it's getting paid for out of a different funding source and no matching funds on our part, which is wonderful. So the key to this, though, is that there's some really, really strict timelines. I'm sure he went over about when this work has to be done. So it's about almost $22 million worth of work that has to be done basically during the summer. So we take every opportunity we can to hit it when there's no students around. So this was a drainage issue at John Sloat and some concrete replacement. We had a lot of water ponding there. So you see that bench in the background. There's that bench again. Granted, sod looks prettier than concrete, so we're showing you a picture of the sod. But we did, I think, 3 different sites over the short break, took care of some drainage issues. And then this is our before picture for Cal Middle because we just opened up bids on the gymnasium expansion and their HVAC installation. I think we'll be awarding that within the next couple of weeks. You'll see that come to you as a consent item on the board agenda. So looking forward to that. That should be an exciting project. So in summary, what we've got coming up for 2015, we have about $55 million in work in various stages right now. They're being funded out of Q&R, the ERP program, Project Green, and then some of our major maintenance projects. And I counted up my list. We're on over 60 sites. So it's not a huge amount of dollars, but it's a massive amount of work on a lot of sites. So big difference between building a $55 million middle school on one site and doing a lot of work on over 60 sites. So it's a pretty aggressive summer. And then if we're really fortunate and the governor's budget comes through, we should get about $37 million in ERP funding for next year, which will again have some timelines attached to that as well. And then that would be we would have been fully funded for what the state said we would get for ERP. So that's free money. So that's kind of a very brief facilities update. Now I'll make it look like however you want it to look. I can get, we can get really in the weeds if we want to, or we can keep it something like this. It's your pleasure.
So I want to take this moment just to thank Kathy, because she and I had a discussion around what this presentation would look like. And I said, oftentimes we get spreadsheets and we get project lists, but until we really get to see some of the work that happens, and unless you happen to be on that site when this stuff is happening, I think it's always good, not only for the board, but for the public to be able to see where those bond dollars are going. And so when you get to see the before and after and the things that we're doing to improve school sites, to improve safety, to really meet the goals of what the community and the voters approved for us to do. So I want to thank you. But that being said, we also had a conversation to say, well, let's get feedback from the board on this first one and see if there's something that we need to add or something we need to do. But I think what you did was very concise. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Do we have any public comment?
We have one comment on this item from Kevin Ferreira.
Good evening, President Wu and board members. My name is Kevin Ferreira, and I'm the Executive Director of the Sacramento Sierra Building and Construction Trades Council. I'm requesting to establish communications between the school district and the Building Trades Council in regards to the Project Labor Agreement, also known as a PLA. For reasons that we believe that construction work has been performed which qualifies to be under or performed under the PLA. We submit that establishing communications between the school district and the building trades on a regular basis, we could abate questionable concerns as it relates to construction work. And that we feel that this is an easy and simple request to enhance that future construction projects are performed as smoothly as possible. So in summary about the PLA, it was signed between the two parties on April 9th of 2014, which was before my arrival at the Building Trades Council. And so it is in terms of any projects over $1 million will be in agreement or worked in accordance with the PLA, which means that if a contractor is awarded a contract for work, to perform work, the building trades would receive what is known as an attachment A, which is also known as an agreement to be bound, which the contractor agrees to work under the terms of the PLA, which we would receive in 5 days. As of now, we have no attachment A's from any work performed in the district. So that's thank you very much.
Thank you for. Are there any comments from my colleagues? Second Vice President Hansen.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple different things. One, I like the idea of seeing some pictures before and after, those kind of things. I think that's really valuable for us because, like seeing a water catchment, I didn't know that was there. I think that's a great idea. I'd love to just learn a little bit more about that and see how it works during the course of the year. And I'm sure there's many other things because we have so many sites. I'm sure we have well over 100 sites that the school district owns across our city and county. So it'd be valuable for us to have a better understanding of those assets and make sure that we're helping all of us, maintain those, keep those under good repair, take advantage of things if we want to work on the central kitchen and make sure, we're all in sync on these things. And we'll obviously always be asking the public for additional funding in the future. And, the better we are now as stewards of the money and helping share what we're able to do with it, the easier it is down the road. I asked a question of Mr. Dobson at the previous board meeting on the emergency repair projects and asked him for a list and haven't received that yet. So I had expected that by now.
Done the BC, so if you don't have it sitting in your inbox today, it'll be there tomorrow. So BC was done today. Just may not be mailed out till tomorrow.
Okay. And then I'm certainly concerned about the attachment A's. Looking at the Cal Middle School, I imagine that's going to be well over $1 million.
Yeah.
And
I
if
don't
it's
think
going
it's that
out
we
to
haven't
bid,
done the PLAs. Maybe we're just missing a paperwork part of it. So I'll follow up on the attachment.
so you'll be able to meet with Mr. Ferraro and coordinate your work and make sure that there's a process for us to share with them, the projects that are coming up, because we obviously know far in advance. For instance, the Cal Middle School, and that's I'm sure an obvious, clear example of a major work that's coming. So we can look for an update on that. So those can, a monthly update is going to give us an opportunity to get on top of all the different things that are happening in the district. So I know there's probably all of us are going to have our own issues, and so it gives us a chance just to check in and make sure we're all working in sync and everyone's happy with that process. And really, the last thing I'd like to ask is, where are we at with RFPs for the closed schools?
With the what? I'm sorry.
The requests for proposals for
the
the
repurposing
surplus
reuse.
properties. So
We received 4 proposals, and I have a BC on that as well. And then the packet's pretty thick, so we're actually going to mail copies of the proposals to you so that you have them ahead of time, and it'll come back for your consideration on February 5th.
Oh, so that's going to be at our next
Yes.
next board meeting. We're going to be examining those and going through that. Okay, and then for the major closed sites that we have, like the 16th and N property, where are we at on that one, and then the other one that's up on G Street? I can't
Old
remember.
Marshall. So Superintendent Bond and I were talking about that yesterday, I think it was. So we're still going to go forward with an RFQ or an RFP. We're not quite sure how we want to do that yet. It'll get done by the end of January. We'll publish that. There's a lot of firms that are interested in participating in this. I've been calling it asset management for kind of lack of a more formal word. But what I would look to this firm to do is to evaluate those sites that the board wants to be evaluated for what I'm just calling the highest and best use. And that could range from hang on to it, sell it, trade it, joint use, whatever. I mean, somebody that does that for a living would be able to give us, a good idea of what that looks like. So, it's very important for us to be very transparent. And again, I've had a lot of phone calls from folks that want to help us with this process. So we felt the best way to do that would be to publish an RFP, and then maybe the facilities committee could be on that interview panel when they start coming in. So that group, in my mind, and again, we look to the board to see what we really wanted their scope to be, would be to evaluate those sites, maybe make recommendations to the board on the future of those sites, what that looks like and what the time frame might be, and then we could move from there. So I'm going to get that done by the end of January.
Well, I'm glad to hear those things are in the works. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Member Rodriguez.
Thank you. I too like the before and after pictures. Puts it into context. So I did appreciate that. So I guess because we're so used to having the actual slide here in front of us while you're doing it, I kind of missed it, but not necessary either. At this point, I wasn't prepared to provide any feedback in terms of like, did I like it or did I not? Maybe I can get back to you on email, see what it is that I'd like to see. Besides that list of projects that are pending.
Big list, yeah.
And maybe that's probably something that you can include, a list of, the projects. Here's what was pending, and here's what was done, like checkbox completed, and then here's what's still outstanding, being worked at, like maybe they're where they're at in the process.
Phase, status.
Maybe that would be better. And then with Mr. Fiera, I just kind of wanted to ask, like, the request was to establish communications. So if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Mr. Fiera, what would the communications look like? What is your vision on that type of collaborative communication?
I would suggest a meeting on a regular basis. I wouldn't say maybe a monthly meeting, but maybe at least a quarterly meeting until projects really start popping. Because under the project labor agreement, once work is performed under that agreement, then there's labor management meetings every month. So, but now with some of this work that's been performed without us knowing anything about it or receiving anything, we would just like to have some kind of communication or meeting that we can look at the work and vet it, whether, that does not qualify to be under the PLA or it does. So that's where we're at right now.
Is it a matter of you're looking at things from a retrospective basis at this point, or are you looking things on a prospective, like in the future, or a combination of both?
A little of both. I have received, calls from affiliates who have said, hey, work has been performed. We haven't received anything. We learned about the job once it's done, and it's too late for us to do anything. And then two, it's a preventive mechanism so that if in the future, one, I don't get those phone calls anymore. Two, it prevents any kind of grievance that may be filed, and so because I really don't want to do that. So I don't want to hamper any of the work. So it's really a preventive mechanism.
How do you feel about this, Ms. Allen? Establishing that communication. What kind of thoughts do you have about it?
So let's go back maybe a little bit before you came on board. So we did meet, and let me just reassure the board that every project over $1 million has gone through the PLA process. If we're lacking in some paperwork somewhere, then I'll definitely follow up on that and find out, what that looks like and what I can do to make that right. If you recall, I think I brought to your attention a pretty good-sized meeting with members of the building trades and actually pushed to get our interns on the job last summer, even though the PLA didn't call for them to do that. We actually had until this summer to do that, but everybody was really wanting to make this work, and we pushed and made it happen. And so I think we had 5 interns, and Joe Steimus and I want to come and give you an update on what that looked like from last summer's perspective, and then hopefully make it a bigger, better program moving forward. So I know there's been some personnel changes over the last couple of years, but we didn't want to have, like you said, monthly meetings because it's kind of hard to get everybody in the same room that often. But I'll get his card before he goes, obviously, and be my new contact at the building trade. So,
if the two of you then can just agree to establish a date and a time to meet, get the initial meeting done, and then perhaps maybe one or both of you can come and give the board an update on how that went, and maybe let us know, what your process is on going forward. That'd be appreciated. Thanks.
Member Crockman.
The before and after pictures are great, and I know that you have hundreds of projects going. We have 7 board members, 7 areas. Maybe you can divide it up by a one project snapshot of a hotspot or something that's going on that way. I just wanted to offer that as a suggestion.
Okay.
Vice President Pritchett.
Thank you, President Wu. I did want to point out that I did arrange a meeting with Mr. Ferreira and Ms. Allen, and I thought we had an agreement that there would be some regular ongoing meetings, and so what I'm gathering is that's not happening. So I would really appreciate if you, just like to copy all my fellow colleagues, that you please reach out to him and make that happen. A while ago, I asked for a list of all of our properties and assets. I don't recall that ever going out. Did I just miss it, or because I don't remember seeing that?
I think it's gone out twice, but let me double check.
Did I have missed it?
I'll send it again.
So I'm pretty good at checking stuff.
You're closed, right? Not all the sites. I think your request originally was the closed sites.
No, I want to know what all of our assets are.
Okay, that I haven't done.
Okay. Good. I'm glad I didn't miss something.
All right. So okay.
And then lastly, I too appreciate the pictures of the before and after pictures that you showed. What I would like to see, and I don't know if it's as cut and dry as I'm going to state it, but what I would like to see is how much was proposed that was put in the budget for that project, and what the cost was, and if we went over or below of what we actually proposed.
So one of the things that we developed last year for the principals on the sites that we were doing work is a website, of course. So every Thursday we would have all of our documents updated and loaded up to the website. They would get an e-blast from us. So we kept this internal for the first year so we could work out the bugs and make sure it worked. So the principals and the plant managers and a couple other folks would get this email that said, go check your link if you want to see what's happening on your project during the next week. So we would post when the construction site meeting might be, major milestones if we were pouring concrete or something, or a demo, or if we were experiencing delays in something. We found that it was a really excellent way to communicate with the principals during the summer because they tend to be on vacation and kind of hard to reach by phone sometimes. So, at their leisure, they could get on there and check out the status. So it was a very successful program. We want to roll it out to the public as well. And what I would like to do eventually for your updates would be to use that website and show you, because we do post that on our website. Maybe not what the beginning budget was and the ending budget, but we will say what it cost at the end, because our budget sometimes we don't like to make public until we get a bid or something. We don't want to tip people off as to how much we're willing to spend on a project. So, but that website does contain an awful lot of really good information, and I think it would be kind of fun to take a look at when we roll it out to the public. So that'd be another way to enable you to find out what's going on in your area, because then you could just click on the schools that are in your area and find out, what the status is of the water catchment system, or the roof replacement or the blacktop replacement. Another way.
Okay, thank you. And before I move on, in light of time, do we need to extend the meeting once again?
What's the rule on that, Jerry?
You would suspend the rules and by 2/3 vote, which is 5, extend the meeting.
15 minutes? Okay, so I'm going to motion that we suspend the rules and we extend the meeting till 11:15 p.m.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Member Pritchett, can I ask a clarifying? So the list of all the assets, you want address? Do you want assessor's parcel number? Do you want what do you want?
I don't need a parcel number. An address would be very helpful that way. And what kind of building it is? Is it empty? Is it closed? Was it a school? Just okay.
Like
and if you have any questions,
acreage?
call me. What was that?
Acreage, maybe total acres of the
That would
site,
help.
or
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a really extensive list, but yeah, acreage or square feet. That would
Okay.
help. Yeah.
Arroyo.
Thank you, President Wu. Very quickly, just it doesn't have to be an answer right now, or an email at least. What the timeline for the process for the use of surplus property? Vice President Hansen asked about the status, and you said you're going to be bringing a stack of applications. We're going to get it. We're going to talk about our next board meeting, but I wanted to know more or less the timeline of what are we dealing with. We're going to talk about it next month. We need to make a decision by when. So I just kind of wanted to get a clear idea. If you already have an answer, you can share it with us, and the public will appreciate it, or send us an email and let us know.
So my plan right now is on the 5th, we would have an action item for you to authorize staff to start negotiations with. So we have 4, so it'd either be 1, 2, 3, 4, or 0, whatever your preference might be. With those, let's just say all 4 move forward. So we would start negotiations with all 4 of those groups, on the site that they want, if that's again what you approve, and then we would work through that and then bring those back to you. So if that does indeed move forward on February 5th, then what I haven't had a chance to figure is how long it will take to do those negotiations with, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0. Companies.
And when can we expect to get the packet of information?
I've got it sitting up at my office. I can bring it down if you want it tonight.
I will love to walk away with it.
I will run up and go get it as soon as I'm done here.
There will be another item, so we can.
I just didn't have the covered stuff done. Ran out of time.
And then if you have it electronically, that will be great as well. Okay, thank you.
Member Ryan.
So in the interest of time, I'll make my 2 comments very brief. First, I hope that when you return to us, Ms. Allen, you will have established a regular monthly meeting with Kevin and the Building and Trades so that we don't avoid future communication challenges. I think that that's a reasonable request. The other thing that I wanted to ask was really pertaining to the meeting that we had recently to discuss the use of the closed school sites and how those 4 applications or more applications that end up coming in subsequently will be evaluated. You had shared that staff would be basically giving them a score, going through a criterion and seeing whether or not they met those criterion. I had replied that I thought it would be important for us to consider having some 7-Eleven committee members have another level of evaluation. So in other words, you have the staff evaluation and recommendation, and then you have a separate category for the 7-Eleven members or a small subgroup on how they would like to see those facilities used. I really believe in true community participation, and I feel like what we're asking of our committee members is in line with this. And it would be nice to see that we're actually meeting the needs of our community in a meaningful way before the board is making decisions. Beyond that, I also think we might want to consider really looking at a third party to make recommendations. You know, I think that we haven't had a conversation around the qualifications of the staff who will be bringing forth those recommendations and scoring those applications. And I'm very hopeful that, you know, we will find no fault and have a clear direction. But I do see that it can be complicated, and I would like to ensure that we have the best possible direction and information to operate with when we make our decision.
So, may I respond? So we do have one member of the 7-Eleven committee that has a packet, and we'll be reviewing it. So Michael Minnick offered to do that for us, which was very nice. So staff we're treating this very similar to charter school proposals where, you know, various departments get together and kind of review their area of expertise within these proposals. So it's not necessarily to say, I don't like the program or I'm going to give you a 0 because I don't like you, but it's to look at their responses within their area of expertise. So we have Iris is doing it for us, and Gerardo's doing it for us, and Barbara Cronick is one, Michael Minnick's another one, and then the facilities department. So we can certainly expand that, but they're all coming to you. So it's, you know, we're not going to rank them or anything. We're just, if we need additional information because we don't feel the application is complete, or you might want the information ahead of time, this gives us an opportunity to do that kind of large overview and request more information if we think you're going to want it. Oh.
Just one follow-up question. So Michael Minnick agreed to review, and I think that's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Was that offer made to other members of the 7-Eleven committee?
We just grabbed one.
I would guess that you would have at least a few other interested parties. So I would just once again, you know, encourage you to explore that as an option.
Okay.
Member Rodriguez.
Thank you again for the opportunity to address Ms. Ellen again. With all due respect to Mr. Minnick, I don't believe a school closed in his area. I may be mistaken. It wouldn't feel appropriate to have somebody who lives in an area that sat on the 7-Eleven committee to not be part of the scoring process, part of the engagement. You know, I agree with Member Ryan's comments on this and fully support her initial thoughts on this. So, you know, I think it is very much more respectful to engage the entire 7-Eleven committee and offer, you know, a day and a time to where they could come review the proposals and provide input, scoring, and the like. You know, and I would make it at a time that would be more convenient for 7-Eleven committee members to participate as well.
I hate to be legalistic, but this is not even on your agenda to discuss. I just wanted to point that out. You're jaywalking a little bit from your Brown Act.
All right, thank you. So I do want to express my concern on that. Thank you.
Thank you for the information, Ms. Allen. We will see you, I know, in another couple weeks. So, thank you. No. Moving on to item 10.5, board committee assignments. That's me. I want to thank all my colleagues for responding to the request. I had sent out an email to establish ad hoc committees which I had understood over the last a few board meetings that the board was interested in creating. And so I have tried to create them as best as I could, given your response. I see that we have some public comment, so Mr. Ross?
We have 2 comments on this item from Maria Rodriguez and Bob Hammis.
Good evening, school board. My name is Maria Rodriguez. I'm not really sure what ad hoc committees have been suggested or approved. I would like to suggest that there be a budget oversight committee considered, one that would truly invite people from the community. I think people from the community bring to you a different perspective, an out-of-the-box thinking, a critical way of thinking, and they work for free. I have to take a moment. There's so many things I could say, but I'm going to take a moment to give you a personal story. I will admit that after the last board meeting, I went home very upset. I was really disappointed that I didn't get selected to be on the LCAP committee, advisory committee. I held it together until I got home, saw my husband, and I broke down in tears. And it took me a while to get over it. I really had to refocus my efforts. It was really strike 3. There was 3 things that have happened since September where I have really felt I have made an attempt to engage, and I have been rejected. Now, this one's okay because I know that there are so many other qualified people. The other 2, there weren't really that many other qualified people. So I made a commitment to my husband tonight to come home and not be crying. And I'm not going to. He'll probably be asleep. It doesn't matter. But I guess I just totally went blank. Thank you. Budget oversight. Yes, that's right. I hope that you will thank you. I hope that you will consider that. I myself will not apply or want to be on that. I mean, I might. But during the LCAP committee, there was a very interesting question that asked, what is the difference between advisory and advocacy? And this is what I wrote. As an advisor, you have to let go of the outcome, knowing that your job is complete once you have given your advice. As an advocate, you are serving a constituency that may depend on your persistence. So letting things go is not an option. I realize I'm an advocate. I'm not an advisor. So I'll just keep coming to these meetings and advocating for people that, I want to advocate for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Good evening, board. My name is Bob Hammis. I'm with Making Sense Work, MCW, and I had a couple quick recommendations for some committees that I think would be beneficial. The Budget Oversight Committee would definitely be one I'd be interested in seeing. I think there's a lot of things in our budget that we aren't able to really, see how the money is actually being spent, and I think a committee that really dig into these expenditures would really shed some light on whether we're spending our money wisely or not, and whether it's really having any effect on student outcomes, which is what we're really looking for with this money that we're spending. The other committee that I would like to see is a enrollment committee. We always hear year after year, declining enrollment, but it never seems clear where this enrollment is declining. Why is it? Because the census is, count, there's less students of school age in our area, or are students fleeing our district because we're not really providing the education that they want. So I think really getting a handle on what these numbers are would also be of great benefit. I think we're seeing students leaving the district in large numbers because of school closures, whether it was Sac High or now with these elementary schools. And I know you're all aware of how that adds up to, millions of dollars in lost revenue. So I think getting a handle on what's happening with this enrollment would be very beneficial in planning our budgets and how we're spending our money. There's also, the closing of schools. Besides the lost revenues, we're also seeing great disruptions in students' lives, families' lives, neighborhoods' lives. This is also causing problems at the schools that these students have been moved to. I'm also an instructional aide at David Lubin Elementary, and I can tell you from my personal experience that, that there's a lot of problems at the schools that these students have gone to caused by this influx of new students, coupled with Common Core. Implementing Common Core, the differentiating in the classroom of these different levels of students is really very difficult for the staff and for the teachers, and which leads into class size reduction and reopening of schools. I would love to see a committee on this. I know there's a lot of things going on around this. We've heard some comments on that issue related to other things here, but I think that would also be a great benefit to collecting all the information from the different things that affect that and really being able to move that forward, because that's also a great effect on our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comments are noted. Okay. These are the ad hoc committees that I had reached out to my colleagues about, and I wanted to remind my colleagues that these are ad hoc committees. They're not standing committees. Different rules regarding the Brown Act apply to ad hoc committees. So if you have any questions about meeting for ad hoc committees, would you please consult with our counsel? First ad hoc committee that I reached out about regarding was, not a surprise, Budget Oversight Committee. I'd like to thank Member Rodriguez for chairing that. Member Ryan and myself will serve with her. The next committee is the Board Policy Committee. I'd like to thank Member Ryan for agreeing to chair that. Member Hanson and myself will be sitting on that one. Governance Committee. Thank you, Member Arroyo, for chairing that, along with Vice President Pritchett and Member Cochran. The Superintendent Evaluation Committee, which has been ongoing, Member Pritchett has agreed to chair that with Member Rodriguez. Vice President Pritchett has agreed to chair that, along with Member Rodriguez and Member Cochran. Lastly, we have the Facilities Committee. I'd like to thank Second Vice President Hanson for agreeing to chair that, along with Vice President Pritchett and Member Arroyo. Now, I didn't ask for these, but we have some advisory committees, and so I'm thankful for members who are agreed to step up. And Member Ryan will join or be an advisor alongside with the PTA committee. The DAC committee would be Vice President Pritchett and Member Cochran. Student Advisory Committee would be Member Ryan. DLAC, Member Cochran asked for that, and she has been, and I will continue to have her, Vice President Pritchett, on the Parent-Teacher Home Advisory Visit Project. So that being said, thank you for your comments, and we'll consider that, and I'll ask my colleagues regarding those other committees that were suggested. Moving on to Item 11, we are receiving the information on business and financial information and Head Start, Early Start monthly reports. Member Hanson.
Just very, very quickly, maybe I can ask Jerry to our council, our esteemed council, to just send us what the information is, difference between standing committees and ad hoc. I think I kind of know, but maybe you can just send us a few paragraphs on what that is so we understand, and maybe make it available so the public can understand the difference also.
I'll be glad to. The basic distinction is that ad hoc committees do not comply with the Brown Act. Standing committees must comply with the Brown Act. So that's the basic distinction.
Thank you.
Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Wu. I do want to address my sincere appreciation and gratitude for selecting me as the chair for the Budget Oversight Committee. At this time, I do want to express to those interested in budget oversight in the community that I will have information posted about when we're going to meet so that you can come and join us and provide input and feedback as to what what your thoughts are in the district's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Cochran.
I absolutely agree with Member Rodriguez. I think it's critical that the public has input, especially on the Budget Oversight Committee. I'd like to pose a question of procedure. Is any member of the public welcome and able to attend these committee meetings?
Well, I'm going to leave that up to the chair of each committee.
Yeah, that's at the discretion of the chair of the committee. What I was saying is that ad hoc committees do not have to comply with the Brown Act, where you have agendas, public speaking opportunities, etc. That's up to the individual chair. Standing committees must comply with the Brown Act, but all of these are ad hoc committees.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank Member Rodriguez for welcoming the public in the Budget Committee.
Thank you. Moving on to item 12, future board meetings, February 5th, 2015. Regular time 4:30 for close, 6:30 for open. February 19th, 2015, 4:30 for close, 6:30 for open. I'd like to entertain, moving on to item 13, a motion to adjourn. I have a motion to...
Second.
Thank you, Member Saito. And I have a second from Vice President Pritchett. We are adjourned. Thank you.